The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
Rooms, Washington, D.C., September 20th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Henry Cuellar to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 1198, an act to amend Title 38, United States Code, to improve and expand the Solid Start program of the Department of Veterans Affairs and for other purposes, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will now alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor fallen Richmond police officer Sierra Burton. Officer Burton was an exceptional law enforcement officer who never failed to answer the call to bravery. Our Richmond police officer passed away Sunday night, September 17th, with her family and loved ones close by. Her Richmond community proudly knows her as a fighter and a warrior, a title she very much deserved. She was well loved and would be well remembered by all those lives she touched. I ask you all to pray for her loved ones and fellow officers as they grieve her during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Corporal Kelsey Lanehart. Corporal Lanehart was one of the U.S. service members injured by the Kabul airport bombings a little over a year ago in Afghanistan. But today I'm here to provide a more hopeful update. Though she spent many weeks in the hospital, our brave young Marine from Dearborn County never lost hope. This August, Corporal Lanehart participated in the Chicago Para-Triathlon and finished 5th. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to honor Corporal Kelsey Lanehart today for her strength in recovery and her bravery and diligence during her difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and recognize the late Peter McDaniel. Peter McDaniel's legacy will live on in his community and the lives that he touched. After serving his country for 4 years in the Marine Corps, Mr. McDaniel served his community in many capacities, including 22 years with the Richmond Fire Department. Peter McDaniel was not just a public servant, but also a son, husband, father, and grandfather. His selflessness and dedication will serve as an example and legacy to uphold. We're proud to honor his life today. Mr. Speaker, this summer our pride and excitement rose as we beheld the events of this year's Little League World Series. Indiana's home, Hagerstown, in the Indiana 6th District, represented the Great Lakes region in this year's games. Indiana has celebrated this team from the beginning, and we couldn't be prouder for their success. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to simply say thank you to these outstanding young Hoosiers who took their Hagerstown team to the 2022 Little League World Series. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call on the Speaker of the House to end proxy voting once and for all. Just this Sunday, President Joe Biden took to primetime television to declare the COVID-19 pandemic over. Thank God. In any other job in America, if you don't show up, you get fired. I can proudly say today that I never once proxy voted. It's not fair to our constituents who send us here to be their voice, or to the taxpayers whose hard-earned dollars we're supposed to be responsible stewards of, to not show up here. We all know why proxy voting keeps getting extended, so the majority leadership can control its members and limit the effectiveness of this people's House. Mr. Speaker, I submit a letter stating it's time to end proxy voting, return to regular order, and get back to the work on behalf of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and recognize the good-paying jobs that will be created by the historic investments Democrats have recently made in America. What investments, you may ask? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act. These are 3 laws that will power America forward by creating jobs, and yes, better paying jobs. Since President Biden took office in January 2021, over 9.4 million jobs have been created. I'll repeat that, 9.4 million jobs. And if we look closely at the numbers and reports of these 3 new laws, we get a preview of how many more jobs will be created under President Biden's leadership. First, the Inflation Reduction Act. This bill has the power to create 9 million new jobs over the next decade, nearly 1 million jobs each year. 5 million of these jobs will likely be new clean energy jobs across America. Second, the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act. This act will add 2 million new jobs per year over the next decade. And third, the CHIPS and Science Act will create more than 1 million construction jobs over the next 6 years to build America's semiconductor factories. All these laws work to create good-paying union construction jobs for plumbers, pipe fitters, electrical workers, steel workers, laborers, electricians, and other trades for working people. These are the types of jobs that residents across my district, Texas 29, and millions of Americans across our nation proudly work to help keep their families together, to feed their children, and to look to the future. These are the kinds of jobs that power America in its economic engine. House Democrats and President Biden understand that growing the middle class means creating better paying jobs right here in our country. That's why we passed these monumental laws. And under the leadership of President Biden, who is the most pro-worker, pro-union president in American history, we have also invested hundreds of millions of dollars in registered apprenticeships and pre-apprenticeships to provide new opportunities for working people to get good-paying union jobs. President Biden knows it's not only about providing opportunities for Americans today, but it's also about planning for tomorrow's generation of workers and having a better life for our children. I'm proud President Biden is building a better America for generations to come by putting people over politics. Sadly, as House Democrats and the President are working to create better paying jobs, the Republicans are job killers. They oppose this legislation because they're only focused on controlling women and their bodies. Democrats trust women. So while Republicans are focused on their own power, House Democrats and President Biden remain laser focused on producing results for the American people. And Democrats are delivering big time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, workforce development programs are spreading across the country because of organizations like Be Pro, Be Proud. In March of 2016, Be Pro, Be Proud was launched by the Arkansas Chamber of Commerce and the Associated Industries of Arkansas to serve the future leaders of America's workforce more effectively. Thanks to Be Pro, Be Proud, more young people know that they can find a good paying job and have a successful career without going to college. They have learned that there are alternatives to a baccalaureate degree, alternatives that can produce equal, if not better, outcomes. In June of this year, I had the privilege of traveling to Arkansas and attending the National Be Pro, Be Proud conference alongside Representative French Hill and Senator John Bozeman. The progress that has been achieved to date by this organization is remarkable, and in the realm of workforce development, its gains are second to none. In February of this year, officials in North Carolina signed a contract that established a Be Pro, Be Proud pilot program within the state. This is wonderful news indeed. As you can probably tell, Mr. Speaker, this is truly a state-led effort that is a model to other states and becoming a national movement, and one that is a force to be reckoned with. States need to know that the power is in their hands to implement strong and effective workforce development programs. They need to know that they, in fact, are in the driver's seat. Thank you to everyone who's worked so diligently to make Be Pro, Be Proud what it is today. The work you're doing will go on to leave a positive impact on America's future leaders for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, it's no wonder the American people believe that Washington is out of touch. Last week, President Biden held an event on the White House lawn to celebrate the so-called, quote, Inflation Reduction Act, end quote. He took a victory lap in front of the entire country alongside his allies on live television. But do you know who was not celebrating with President Biden? Hardworking taxpayers and their families who are being pummeled by the president's inflation catastrophe and inflation tax. That same day, new numbers were released showing that inflation continues to surge. Mr. Speaker, President Biden couldn't read a room if he tried. The rising cost of goods and services will cost the average American household over $700 a month. When added up, that's over $8,000 that they'll be forced to fork out in a year. Grocery prices are up 13.5%. Food prices are up 11.4% since last year. This is the largest one-year increase in prices since 1979. Mr. Speaker, anyone who believes that these numbers are worth celebrating needs a serious reality check. The Biden administration's fiscal irresponsibility put us in this mess, and come November, Republicans will be the ones to fix it. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. Mr. Speaker, a monumental motif of American jurisprudence is the basic premise that no one is above the law. Doesn't matter your station in life. Doesn't matter whether you're the President of the United States. Doesn't matter how much money you have. No one is above the law. I would also remind us, Mr. Speaker, that there's a compelling corollary to this premise, and it is that no one is beneath the law. Above the law, yes, but no one is beneath the law. Doesn't matter how poor you are. Doesn't matter what kind of job you have, whether you're a janitor. Doesn't matter whether you're a sanitation worker. Doesn't matter. You're not beneath the law in this country. Even if you're an asylee coming here from another country, you're not beneath the law. I'm so proud, Mr. Speaker, to announce to my colleagues that the D.C. Council will vote on a migrant bill today. Seems that on Tuesday, there will be an emergency bill to establish an office of migrant services for the thousands who are being brought here by the governors of Texas and Florida. These persons in Washington, D.C., they are doing the righteous thing. They're trying to help lawful asylees as they traverse to their destiny. The governors of Florida and Texas, they would have derailed the Underground Railroad. They would have been the persons who were out looking for those who were seeking freedom. I'm proud of the mayor of Washington, D.C. I don't know how efficacious the program will be, but I do know that they're making an effort. And for this effort, I not only commend them, I will do whatever I can to help them. It's time for us to realize that no one is beneath the law. Asylees are not beneath the law. They are law-abiding persons. The mere fact that they have submitted themselves and seek to have this opportunity to live in this country means that they have broken no law. So I have a question for you, governors of Texas and Florida. Here's my question. You're spending millions to bring people out of their way and to some extent put them in harm's way. I have a question for you. How much will you spend to help them get to their hearings? How much will you spend to help them continue their journey? Yours is not a righteous cause. Yours is a cause to do what you can to prevent lawful, law-abiding asylees from having their day in court. History will not be kind to you. You ought to be ashamed of what you do. I yield back the balance of my time.
Members are reminded to refer their comments to the chair. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as the tensions of the Civil War reached a boiling point, President Lincoln vainly reached out to Democrats with these words: "We are not enemies, but friends. We must not be enemies." The contrast with Mr. Biden's September 1st speech in Philadelphia is jarring. In it, and many remarks since, Mr. Biden clearly addresses the 74 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump as enemies who, quote, "threatened the very foundation of our republic." He condemned us as extremists who do not respect the Constitution, who do not believe in the rule of law, and who refuse to accept the results of a free election. In other forums, he's called us semi-fascists. Mr. President, we revere our Constitution and the structure of individual liberty that it was designed to protect. We do not understand how a government established under that Constitution could use the FBI to pressure social media platforms to censor and suppress free speech, or to intimidate parents concerned about their school boards with threat tags, or to instruct its field offices to regard anyone who displays our founding American flags as a political extremist. Mr. President, we revere the rule of law and our nation's premise of equal justice under law. We do not understand how our immigration laws can simply be ignored as millions of foreign nationals illegally enter our country. We do not understand how a dispute over records justifies an armed raid on a former president who is also a political rival. We do not understand how public health officials can order our schools or businesses closed or suspend our fundamental rights to worship and assemble with no vote of the people's representatives. We do not understand how obvious influence peddling by the son of a president can be ignored for years. And Mr. President, of course, we accept the results of a free election. But we do not understand how the safeguards to protect the integrity of our elections can be torn down to benefit one party. replacing in-person election day voting with mail-in ballots, ballot harvesting, month-long voting, accepting ballots after Election Day, printing ballots on home computers. All of these changes undermine public confidence in the process that is essential to democracy. We wonder how you can call MAGA candidates a fundamental threat to our republic while your party spends millions of dollars to nominate them when you believe that it might help you in November. Mr. President, we condemn all forms of violence, and especially political violence, in the strongest possible terms. The riot at the Capitol on January 6th was a disgrace and an abomination that you are right to condemn, and we join you in doing so. But we don't understand how you can at the same time turn a blind eye to prosecuting the political violence that burned our cities the year before, or how you can refuse to enforce the laws that protect our Supreme Court justices from intimidation at their own homes. Mr. President, we too fear for our democracy. We fear armed bureaucracies that seem increasingly disconnected from the results of our elections. We remember that the IRS singled out ordinary Americans because of their political views, yet no one was held accountable, and now we're adding 87,000 new agents to that bureaucracy. We fear arbitrary changes in our election laws calculated to skew results. We fear an executive branch that's increasingly taking over the legislative powers of Congress and the judicial powers of the courts. And we fear the powers of government wielded by officials who view half of our people as dangers, threats, and extremists. Your words, Mr. President. Lincoln spoke of the mystic chords of memory tracing back to the founding of our nation that must hold us together as Americans, as friends and not enemies. Yet we see these chords increasingly strained by an alien ideology that seems hostile to the flag, the principles, and the heritage of our nation. We have only one president, Mr. President, and that is you. I didn't vote for you, and I won't vote for you again, but you are still my president, and the 74 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump are still your fellow citizens. As the person most responsible for the policies we now live with and the future that's unfolding before us, I ask you to engage us as a friend and not an enemy. We must not be enemies. I yield back.
Members are again reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the communities affected by the Fairview fire and thank the first responders who heroically battled the flames. The Fairview fire started on September 5th, and within a matter of hours, residents of Hemet were forced to evacuate their homes. Since then, the fire has burned over 28,300 acres, caused 2 deaths, and destroyed at least 36 homes or commercial structures, proving to be one of the largest and most destructive fires our local communities have ever seen. To the families who have lost a loved one, our neighbors who have had to leave behind their homes, and the students who've had to miss school, know that my heart is with you, and I stand ready to support you in any way that I can. In the last 15 days, we have faced much devastation. We have experienced uncertainty, grief, and fear. And we have seen the havoc wildfires can wreak on our families, environment, and livelihoods. We have also been moved by the resiliency of our communities. Through it all, I have been touched by the kindness and strength exhibited by every neighbor, firefighter, law enforcement officer, and volunteer who has pitched in to help keep us safe. To our first responders from the Hemet Fire Department, CAL FIRE Riverside, CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 6, Riverside County Sheriff's Department, Cahuilla Fire, U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, Idlewild Fire Department, and the Bureau of Indian Affairs, thank you for your immense heroism. It is because of each and every one of you, the men and women fighting the fire who have put your lives on the line, that the Fairview fire is now almost completely contained. 856 responders and 22 crews from these departments stepped up without hesitation. For their responsiveness and work to keep local families informed throughout the Fairview Fire. I especially want to acknowledge the Fairview Fire Unified Command, Hemet Fire Department Chief Eddie Sell, Cal Fire Chief Josh Jansen, Riverside County Sheriff's Department Lieutenant John Schulda, and the U.S. Forest Service Chief Jim Snow. I also want to thank Cal Fire Incident Commander Deputy Chief Jeff Vake, Cal Fire Incident Command Team 6 Staff Chief Andy Turner, and Deputy Chief Dave Shurich, Riverside County Fire Department Chief Dan Olson, Idlewild Fire Department Chief Mark Lamont, Cahuilla Fire Chief Randy Sandoval. At the fire's highest point, nearly 38,000 individuals were under threat and forced to evacuate. And I am incredibly grateful to them for their leadership, as well as every volunteer who pitched in at evacuation sites from Hemet to Temecula. To everyone within the Riverside County Emergency Management Department, Riverside County Department of Animal Services, and Animal Rivers Red Cross, American Red Cross, who has contributed to evacuation and prevention efforts, thank you for all that you've done. Your actions have helped families know when it was time to evacuate and helped our most at risk find shelter. In this disaster, there have been countless heroes, many who will go unnamed. The neighbor who texted their friend to make sure they saw the evacuation alert, the mother who pitched in that extra $10 to a local evacuation center, and the many nonprofits, volunteers, and local leaders who did whatever they could to help without seeking honor or recognition. The list goes on and on. As a community, we can never forget the heroes who stepped up throughout the fire, big or small. And as a nation, I encourage each of us to follow the example set by the people of Hemet, to come together in a time of crisis, and to always lend a helping hand to a neighbor in need. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the hard work and accomplishments of my friend and former Congressman Brad Ashford, who passed away April 19th, 2022. Brad began his career in politics by faithfully serving in the Nebraska State Legislature for 16 years, focusing on ways to solve problems in education, labor, and urban affairs. After being elected to represent the 2nd Congressional District of Nebraska, Brad worked hard to advance multiple bills in support of veterans. He was a co-sponsor of the Border Jobs for Veterans Act of 2015, which helped veterans find sustainable employment and apply their skills to work for Customs and Border Patrol. He also co-sponsored the Wounded Warriors Federal Leave Act of 2015, which allowed veterans with a service-related disability to take an increased amount of time to seek treatment and heal as needed. But Brad will most be remembered when people drive by the nearly 2-year-old ambulatory care clinic at Omaha's VA Hospital. This facility, funded through a public-private partnership, was largely the result of Brad's efforts to craft and pass the Chip-In for Vets Act in 2016. This innovative legislation was the first of its kind that enables the use of federal funds to be matched with privately raised donations. Brad and I became friends after 2016. We worked together to see the project come to fruition. This past September, I was humbled to carry on his legacy by passing the reauthorization of this important legislation. It was Brad's mission to ensure all constituents of the Nebraska community felt well represented. Throughout his tenure in Congress, Brad consistently sought to reach across the aisle and advocate for bipartisan legislation, highlighting that representatives are not only capable of working together, but must do so to advance our nation. And we do this regardless of ideology or political party. He was a problem solver and a man of action. Even after his time in Congress, he continued to advocate and educate the public on justice-engaged youth, including our last project together, finding pathways to careers that could reintegrate them as productive members of our community and reduce recidivism. I salute and thank Brad for his leadership, mentorship, and friendship. We went from being political adversaries to great friends. It is my hope that we will carry on Brad's legacy of civility, compassion, and cooperation. I personally miss the optimistic and hopeful conversations with my friend that we frequently enjoyed. My heart goes out to his wife, Ann, his children, John, Ellie, and Tom, his granddaughter, Rosie, and his many loved ones. We are eternally grateful for all that Brad has done for our nation. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of Native American Heritage Month. I rise to recognize the dedication and accomplishments of Senator Tom Brewer, a veteran with 37 years of service, including 6 tours to Afghanistan, 2 Purple Hearts, and a Bronze Star. His experiences show resilience and true patriotism as he holds the title of the first senator of Native American descent to serve in the Nebraska Nebraska's unicameral. He was first elected in 2016 and represents the 13 counties of District 43 in the western Nebraska Sandhills. Senator Tom Brewer is a member of the Oglala Lakota Sioux and grew up on the Pine Ridge Reservation before he enlisted in the Nebraska Army National Guard. He attended the College of Doane University in Crete on an ROTC scholarship and continued his service internationally as he fought on behalf of our freedoms in Afghanistan. Although gravely wounded in his final tour, Senator Brewer did not let this injury prevent him from fighting for his country through public service. After serving nearly 4 decades, Senator Brewer retired from the Army and was then elected to the Nebraska unicameral. His inclusion represents how far we have come as a state, as well as the ways as we as people can come together in the future to uphold the proposition that all men are created equal. Since his time in office, he has worked on legislation that improves veterans affairs and agriculture policy to help all Nebraskans. Senator Brewer continues to advocate for farmers and ranchers, servicemen and women, and fights to protect our constitutional rights. He has just returned from 2 months in Ukraine doing humanitarian relief in the Kharkiv region. Though he has faced much adversity, he has managed to overcome it and use his experiences to create new standards in Nebraska's government. We thank him for his service and honor him for paving the way for all Native Americans. I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to offer my prayers and the prayers of the people of the Virgin Islands for the people of Puerto Rico after the devastation of Hurricane Fiona. My colleague across the aisle, Congresswoman Gonzalez Colon, knows that like so many other issues, she has my support. Mr. Speaker, like many Virgin Islanders, September is a month forever etched in my mind. 5 years ago on September 6th, Hurricane Irma relentlessly pummeled the territory, and Virgin Islanders watched in mute shock as a Category 5 storm shredded roofs, uprooted trees, and shattered lives. Then, 2 weeks after Hurricane Irma, 5 years ago today, Hurricane Maria made landfall. For hours that stretched into the early morning, another Category 5 hurricane wrought destruction across parts of the island that had not been shredded by Irma. The compounded impact of 2 Category 5 hurricanes is unfathomable. Virgin Islanders, undeterred by the dramatic scale of devastation, rallied in the face of tragedy and proceeded to rebuild their lives and our community. Virgin Islanders banded together to deliver food and medical supplies, organize cleanup initiatives, and volunteered to transport people and goods between the multiple islands and Puerto Rico. The response of this body, the House of Representatives, from leadership, chairs, rank and file members, was extraordinary. Ultimately, the dialogues and relentless advocacy were crucial to securing extraordinary funding and a significant change to the Stafford Act for the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico to not only provide the necessary funding to rebuild, but to rebuild with resiliency. To rebuild not as things were, but as things should have been. Despite the tremendous bipartisan funding, however, recovery stalled during the Trump administration due to, frankly, a belief by that administration that the funding was too much for the people of the Virgin Islands and not the financial responsibility of the federal government. Money was slow-walked. Additionally, with the changes in law made by this Congress to allow the Virgin Islands to rebuild to prevailing industry standard, HUD, and especially FEMA, have had difficulty at the regional and local levels in accepting and implementing the changes in standards. In view of this and unnecessary government bureaucracy, I co-authored the Expediting Disaster Recovery Act, a bipartisan disaster relief bill with my colleague, Representative Garrett Graves, which expedites the allocation of additional funds and assistance to cover unmet needs. Our isolation from the mainland and relatively small size created difficulty in obtaining supplies and workers, and the decision to report into Puerto Rico added another layer of bureaucracy, further hindering the speed of rebuilding. I must be transparent by recognizing that unfortunately local government exacerbated the slow pace of rebuild. The unprecedented funding was not met with sufficient macro planning. We did not use the first years after the storm and still have not sufficiently built capacity, training individuals while paying them to meet construction and project management demands, developing integrated fund and project management systems, aggressively recruiting experienced Virgin Islanders to return home to advance the rebuild, and educating the people to be prepared for spending the massive funding. Unfortunately, there is a window of opportunity to jumpstart this rebuild. While Democrats remain in the majority, our president prioritizes resiliency in underserved areas that are particularly vulnerable to climate change, and our local and federal elected officials maintain transparency and cooperation to advance this once-in-a-generation opportunity to transform the Virgin Islands. I'm continually encouraged by the grit and heroism exhibited by my people of the Virgin Islands, who face the grueling task of rebuilding their lives with sheer tenacity and determination. Together, we have a shared responsibility to safeguard the future of these islands by ensuring that the Virgin Islands remain stronger and more resilient from the twin tragedies of back-to-back Category 5 storms. The opportunity that lies to us is too great and meaningful to let pass by. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of State Senator Sheila McNeil, who is retiring after many excellent years in service to the city of Brunswick and to the state of Georgia. Senator McNeil is a longtime supporter of our country's armed forces, having served for 2 years educating citizens and elected officials on the importance of sea power as the first woman to ever lead the Navy League. But her support for America's sailors didn't stop there. In 1996, Senator McNeil played a key role in establishing St. Mary's Submarine Museum, the largest museum of its kind in the South. During her tenure as a state senator, Sheila sponsored legislation to fight Georgia's human trafficking crisis, the pernicious effects of homelessness, and sponsored countless bills to improve our state's educational infrastructure. Sheila will be retiring at the end of her term this year to support her husband of over 6 decades. We thank her for everything she has done for our armed forces, for students, and for the many Georgians she has served over the years. Her career has been a long and impressive one, and we're so lucky to have such a talented woman fighting for such important causes. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the bravery of Ian Gallagher, a Rincon police officer who stepped up when help was needed most. On a bright morning this June, the city of Rincon was hosting their annual Let Freedom Ring parade that I was proud to be a part of. A crowd of hundreds of people were gathered along either side of the parade route to watch the spectacle. Around this time, Officer Gallagher heard calls over the radio that the roadblock, which had been set up, had been breached by an erratically driving car. He looked and saw an SUV speeding down the route, only just missing onlookers, including myself, shouting to those along the road to back up to safety. Knowing that he must do something to stop the driver, he kept his patrol car behind the fire truck. Just before the suspect's car passed him, he pulled out directly into its path, stopping the driver in a head-on collision. His act of selfless bravery and split-second heroism undoubtedly saved many lives that day. While this head-on collision was dangerous and surely jarring, both Officer Gallagher and his K-9 officer, who was with him at the time of the incident, are on their way to a full recovery. He has recently been awarded the Medal of Valor, the nation's highest award of valor for a public safety official. I, alongside the people of the 1st Congressional District of Georgia, thank him for his service and his selflessness. Madam Speaker, I rise today in honor of Ron and Sandra Elliott, owners of Game Changers Running Company. Since the store's founding in 2012, Game Changers has been so much more than just a place to get your running shoes. Under the leadership of Ron and Sandra Elliott, Game Changers has been committed to the health and fitness of Georgia's coastal region. As a physical therapist-owned establishment, Game Changers understands the importance of community health and wellness. They have heavily invested in their community through various educational programs and running clinics, as well as financial contributions to local charities. Since their doors first opened, Game Changers has been able to donate over $250,000 to local organizations to help transform coastal Georgia's mindset about running and physical well-being. Ron and Sandra's service to their community and their country began long before Game Changers opened its doors, having both served in the military. Ron and Sandra, thank you for what you have done for our community through Game Changers. You have more than earned a relaxing and restful retirement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor my good friend, Don Hogan, as he retires from public service. Don graduated from Georgia Southern University and then attended the University of Georgia, graduating with a master's degree in education. He committed himself to a career in the rehabilitation field where he specialized in mental health, substance abuse, and developmental disabilities. In Brunswick and St. Simons, he has been known as a leader in civic involvement and community service. During his 2-year term on the Glenn County Board of Commissioners, he served as both vice chairman and chairman. Most recently, he has served in the Georgia State House of Representatives, representing the 179th District. Additionally, his philanthropic passions have impacted his community in ways that will be felt for years. He has served as area commissioner for Boy Scouts of America, as well as on the advisory council of the Coastal Area Planning and Development Commission, Goodwill Industries, and Glenn County Schools Special Instructions. The sacrifice that every public service makes, alongside their family, is admirable and has no small impact on their life. I am very grateful for the inspirational leadership and servitude Don has displayed throughout his life. I, on behalf of the great people in the 1st Congressional District of Georgia, take this moment to honor Representative Don Hogan and his legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this month, Californians have faced one of the hottest and longest heat waves on record. From Sacramento to San Diego, families have suffered triple-digit temperatures. These extreme temperatures put an enormous strain on our electrical grid. It's urgent that Americans increase the energy efficiency of our homes. Fortunately, the Inflation Reduction Act makes this transition easier and cheaper. Thanks to this new law, which I helped pass, families can get new tax credits and rebates for installing energy-efficient products in their homes, including windows, water heaters, and heating and cooling systems. I recently welcomed Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm to visit an Orange County family saving money on utilities with efficient appliances. As the climate crisis continues to harm communities, the Inflation Reduction Act delivers relief. We can conserve energy and save families money at the same time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to champion protecting our seniors. Wall Street shouldn't get to decide if older Americans can age with dignity. But across the country, private equity firms are spending billions to turn nursing homes into commodities. When private equity firms take over nursing homes, they cut costs and cut corners. They lay off trusted staff, and they stretch care workers too thin to provide the care and attention older Americans need. Quality of care declines, and deaths among residents rise dramatically. We cannot entrust our loved ones to these bad actors. They focus on maximizing returns for investors at the expense of delivering protected care to seniors, their patients. I have long pushed to hold private equity accountable and to end corporate abuse in healthcare. The health and well-being of our seniors is not for sale. The climate crisis is a health crisis. This month, high temperatures threaten the well-being of Californians. For some, it was a matter of life and death. In the past decade alone, extreme heat has killed 3,900 Californians. We know who dies from extreme heat. Older Americans die in homes they can't afford to keep cool. Workers die in the sun doing jobs they can't afford to lose. After years of ignoring the climate crisis, our nation has finally directed resources to fighting climate change. Green investments in the Inflation Reduction Act will help older adults live longer and avoid heat-related health emergencies. They will protect our children from wildfire smoke that causes chronic breathing conditions. And by contributing to a healthier workforce, they will keep our economy strong. The ability to shop for the best deal is fundamental to a free market economy. Yet for years, many people in apartment and office buildings have been stuck with only one option for internet. Service providers have unfairly locked out competitors by securing exclusivity agreements with landlords. Tenants are trapped into one choice for broadband, whether they are getting a fair deal or whether they're getting ripped off. Allowing big corporations to gatekeep the market is not healthy capitalism. I've previously pushed for the Federal Communications Commission to crack down on abusive internet service providers. I'm pleased that the FCC unanimously adopted new rules this year to end these predatory agreements. Strengthening competition for broadband is proven to lower costs, improve service, and promote innovation. Americans should have the freedom to choose the internet plan that's best for them. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloyastakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to discuss the crisis at our southern border and to call for this body to immediately take up the Border Security Act of America that will restore order, that will enhance technology, and that will give our Customs and Border Protection agents the tools that they are begging for. A year ago, in last March, I actually went where the President and our Vice President refused to go, to the southern border, Rio Grande. And if you talk to the CBP agents there, they will tell you exactly what is going on. We are seeing our southern border overrun by the drug cartels. We are seeing human trafficking take place. We are seeing and hearing from children who are being abused along the journey. And the amount of fentanyl and other drugs that are streaming over our border and killing Americans at record levels. It could be stopped today, but this administration and this Congress refuse to do it. The issue of public safety and national security is one we just discussed last week. September 11th, we said we'll never forget, but yet here we have policies in place that make us less safe and could potentially cause something catastrophic to happen. We need to be wise. We need to be reasonable. We are a nation of immigrants. We are a compassionate nation. My mother is a Cuban refugee. My father is a Greek immigrant. It's not about that. It's about having order. It's about having laws. It's about having policies in place and making sure that they are being followed. We know that 66 suspected terrorists were apprehended attempting to cross our border. We also know that at a time like this, we face threats from Russia, from China, and Iran straight out said that they plan attacks on United States soil. When you have 3.2 million people crossing into our country illegally and 500,000 gotaways from over 60 different countries, we run a risk of being in danger. Think about that. Almost 4 times the population of the President's home state of Delaware. Now, it's having also a financial impact on our constituents. It's now costing American taxpayers $20 billion a year, something completely unsustainable as U.S. debt approaches $31 trillion. Americans are struggling right now to get by. They're trying to keep roofs over their own heads. They're trying to pay their utility bills. They're trying to put food on the table for their children. And now you want them to pick up this additional cost for this unsustainable policy. My own mayor is saying that it's having an impact on New York City, that it's at a breaking point. He's complaining about the governors who are busing individuals to New York City, but he hasn't said a peep about the president who is flying them in over the last 2 years. The bottom line is, if my mayor or anyone else has an issue with what is happening in their cities, they need to hold the president accountable and this Congress accountable to make sure that we pass the laws that make sense. We need to bring up the Border Security for America Act before we leave next week. If not, we are doing a great disservice to the people of this country. We are continuing to increase our debt. We are continuing to make our cities less safe. And we are continuing to put our nation at risk in the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cárdenas, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the heritage, culture, and immense and amazing contributions of Latinos to the United States by introducing a bicameral resolution recognizing September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. When you walk into my office, both in my Washington, D.C. office and the San Fernando Valley office where I represent, you will notice a very important picture of two hardworking gentlemen, 2 generations of Mexican immigrants, my father and my mother's father, smiling while crouching down, picking potatoes in the very hot Stockton, California sun. No matter how exhausted, how busy, and how much pain they endured, they never complained. And they took the time to pause and smile because they were so proud to be able to do a hard day's work, an honest day's work, right here in the United States of America. That same grit and positivity that they demonstrated in that photo are values carried by Latinos throughout our country's history. Farm workers, astronauts, scientists, many amazing contributors to our great country. Latinos who've helped keep our country operating before the pandemic, through the pandemic, and still to this day. And it's those same values and stories, those of individuals, many of them immigrants, who encompass an unwavering spirit of perseverance. These are the true stories that will be told at the National Museum of the American Latino. Latinos have been in what is now the United States for hundreds of years, so that current and future generations have the opportunity to visit the National Mall and experience our beautiful history, culture, and contributions that make us the greatest nation in the world. Yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen. The beautiful National Mall will soon have a Latino museum on it so that people from all over the world can appreciate the amazing contributions that Latinos have been making to this great country and this continent for hundreds and hundreds of years. I urge my colleagues in the House to join me in recognizing these amazing contributions of Latinos of the United States and to encourage everyone to recognize that we are a great country. We are an eclectic country, and we do have much to be proud of. We, as Americans from every part of this world who have made this country their home, to people who are Latinos, who it's sad to hear that just a few minutes ago, that even members of Congress will say derogatory things about the southern border and make people believe that you should be afraid of immigrants who come to this country, who seek a better life. People who come to this country and do the jobs that most Americans, including me, really don't want to do, but need to be done. If you're a senior in the United States of America, it's very likely as you get older and you need somebody to help you on your day-to-day life, it's probably somebody with an accent. And yes, I smile when I say that. Somebody who gives their love and commitment to that person who deserves the dignity of being cared for. Many, many times, it's an immigrant. And many, many times, seguro que sí, hablan español. They speak Spanish. Like my grandfather who came to this country, my mother who came to this country, and my father who came to this country. My grandfather had no formal education. My mother and father only first and second grade education. Why did they come to the United States? Because they knew that this was a country of opportunity. And although they suffered many indignities of racism and derogatory comments toward them or what have you, they raised 11 American-born citizens in what some people would call a very tough neighborhood. I say a very beautiful, challenged neighborhood, but a beautiful neighborhood at that. And now their youngest son, I get to be a United States congressman to contribute to this country as a U.S. citizen and a representative of the community that I was born and raised in, yet at the same time to advance what is good about our country and to be an example to every single one of us. We live in a great country, the United States of America, and Latinos have always made contributions. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair will ask the gentleman to provide a translation for part of his remarks. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. As a 50-year member of the Massachusetts Building Trades, as former president of Iron Workers Local 7 in Boston, and as a proud member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure here in Congress, I rise in support of and in acknowledgement of the success and benefits to our states, cities, and towns of President Biden's transformational Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, better known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. Signed by President Biden this past November, this landmark legislation continues to provide critical investments in our nation's infrastructure and transportation systems, including $550 billion in new funding to repair and modernize America's roads, bridges, public transit systems, passenger and freight rail ports, airports, high-speed internet, and water systems. Importantly, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law also stands as a testament to what we can accomplish together on behalf of the American people when we set aside partisanship and divisiveness in favor of collaboration towards addressing the most urgent needs of the American people. In my own state of Massachusetts, the 8th Congressional District that I represent, we are already putting historic federal funding delivered by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law into use. We have older infrastructure in Massachusetts, especially the city of Boston and the city of Brockton and the city of Quincy. And over $8.5 billion will be allocated to Massachusetts to support that infrastructure, to rebuild it over the next 5 years. In fact, this year alone, $2 billion in new federal funding has been announced for our state to date, including more than $1.7 billion identified for key transportation and infrastructure projects, considering that 472 of our state bridges and more than 1,100 miles of Massachusetts highway has been declared deficient or in poor condition. This funding will not only be used for structural repairs, but also will serve to reinforce our coastal infrastructure against the devastating impacts of climate change. Our state has already received nearly $190 million in bipartisan infrastructure law funding this year to support lead pipe replacement and other clean and safe water improvements. This funding will be critical to some of our older historic cities, like the city of Brockton, that struggle with toxic chemicals in their water supply. As it does in all 50 states, the bipartisan infrastructure law has already allocated approximately $534 million this year for Massachusetts to improve our public transportation systems. This funding could not be timelier for the residents of Massachusetts in view of the ongoing safety incidents, operating deficiencies, personnel shortages, and service reductions at the MBTA, one of the oldest transit systems in the country. Earlier this year, we also broke ground at a new electric bus maintenance facility in Quincy, Massachusetts, that will serve to accommodate a modern electric fleet of MBTA buses and alleviate the carbon footprint of our public transportation that exacerbates the incidence of asthma and respiratory disease. And just this month, our state delegation joined President Biden at Boston Logan Airport to recognize the $62 million in bipartisan infrastructure law funding that will be used to modernize and increase the climate resilience of our international terminal and its surrounding roadways. That project is expected to create almost 6,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, the bipartisan infrastructure law is supporting similar projects and job creation across this great country to the enormous benefit of the American people. And it is also, I want to remind my colleagues, a worthwhile example of what Democrats and Republicans can do here in Congress when we work together. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Scallon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, every September we observe Recovery Month to celebrate the millions of Americans in recovery from substance use disorders, and we reaffirm our commitment to passing policies to combat the impact of addiction in our communities. The impact of addiction is tragically far-reaching, extending far beyond the individual suffering, impacting entire families, especially children. The opioid epidemic has forced increasing numbers of kinship caregivers, most of whom are grandparents, to take over the role of primary caregivers for children impacted by the crisis. Grandparents like Susan, a grandmother I spoke with recently at an opioid awareness vigil, who had stepped up to be her grandchildren's primary caregiver, but is struggling to make ends meet, unable to access services that would be available if her grandchildren were instead placed in foster care. I introduced the Help Grand Families Prevent Child Abuse Act to help ensure that grand families like Susan's have access to the critical services and support needed to keep kids safe and keep them with their own families. Combating addiction will take all of us working together to support our loved ones and community members. We can't let our families fight this fight alone. Mr. Speaker, as I walked up to the Capitol steps this morning, I was stopped by a reporter who wanted to know if it was a priority for the Democratic Party to pass the Presidential Election Reform Act, which we'll consider in the House this week. I was stunned by the assumption in that question that protecting the peaceful transfer of power in the United States of America could ever be a partisan issue. And in fact, the legislation under consideration is a bipartisan bill. I don't care if you're a Democrat, a Republican, a conservative, a liberal, an independent. If you love this country and believe in a government by the people, for the people, of the people, we all have an obligation to confront the dangers posed by radical extremists who would undermine our elections, abandon the peaceful transfer of power and the rule of law for their own personal or political gain. I look forward to working with my colleagues of all political stripes to strengthen the guardrails of our democracy and to support and defend our Constitution. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Celebrate Community Week. Last week, Congressman Jimmy Panetta from California and I introduced a resolution to designate the week of September 11th through September 17th as Celebrate Community Week and commemorate the efforts of local service organizations across the country. Mr. Panetta and I are co-chairs of the Bipartisan Congressional Service Organization Caucus. The resolution recognizes the role of service organizations in promoting community humanitarian assistance while also instilling the value of giving back in our youth. We specifically applauded the Kiwanis International, Lions Club International, Optimus International, and Rotary International for encouraging and promoting community service and humanitarian assistance through their local chapters. The Celebrate Community Week resolution highlights the critical work of our community service organizations. Volunteer service is a cornerstone of a successful, strong, and healthy community and is an important staple of American life. I commend our community service organizations like the Lions Club International, Rotary International, Kiwanis International, and Optimus International for everything they do to help our communities flourish. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because over the weekend we celebrated Constitution Day. On September 17th, we commemorate the signing and adoption of the U.S. Constitution in 1787 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This day, where we celebrate our Constitution, originated in 1953, when the Senate passed a resolution designating September 17th to the 23rd as Constitution Week. In 2004, Congress officially made a Constitution Day and a Citizenship Day a federal holiday. Congress also required all publicly funded agencies and schools provide information on the Constitution on this day. In 2017, President Trump proclaimed September 17th as Constitution Day and Citizenship Day. Constitution Day serves as a celebration of our American system as well as a reminder that our government exists to serve the people and their freedom. For 235 years, Congress has been given the responsibility by the people to represent their interests. We should behave like every day is Constitution Day and remember Congress should always serve the people as outlined in the preamble. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize September 16th as POW MIA Recognition Day. Last Friday, we remembered the men and women of our armed forces who served honorably and have not returned home. At this time, almost 82,000 servicemen and women have not returned home from the battlefield. This includes those who served in World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Cold War, and both wars in Iraq. Those who serve in uniform have sacrificed greatly to give us the opportunity to live our lives in freedom and in peace. We thank those who served and returned home, but most importantly, we remember those who served and never returned. Last May, I introduced the Prisoners of War and Missing in Action Trade Agreement Resolution. This resolution would urge our mutually beneficial trade agreements to include a commitment from our trade partners to continue to search for and recover our missing service members. Mr. Speaker, on this POW MIA Recognition Day, I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and honor our commitment to bring our service men and women home. Mr. Speaker, Sunday marked the 21st anniversary of September 11th terror attacks. I rise today to remember the innocent lives lost. At 8:46 a.m., American Flight 11 flew into Tower 1 of the World Trade Center. Not long after, Flight 175 roared over Lower Manhattan into Tower 2. While Americans around the country were grappling with the events that just transpired, a third plane, Flight 77, crashed into the Pentagon. In southwest Pennsylvania, the fourth flight, United 93, was hijacked and made the abrupt turn towards Washington, D.C. But because of the brave passengers and crew members, it crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. In the days, weeks, months, and now more than 2 decades that followed September 11th, our country joined together to face the very evil which attempted to take us down. We will forever be indebted to our servicemen and women who joined the fight to protect our freedoms. And while today's world has grown no less dangerous, we as Americans are resilient. We will never forget, not 21 years later, not ever. May God continue to watch over our first responders, our men and women in uniform, and all those who keep us safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, our Savior, break into our world, which is rife with bad news, and make known the redeeming proclamation of your love for us and your plans for our good and not our harm. Preserve the welfare of countries and communities around the world from the disasters threatening them. Particularly on this day, we pray for the people of Puerto Rico and the Caribbean, as once again they battle the devastation inflicted on them by damaging winds and raging seas. Grant us redemption from all that seeks to distance us from your love and distract us from faith in you. Restore our relationship with you, that by your mercy, we would all be welcomed once again into your embrace. Lord, you are the ruler of the universe. We appeal to you this day that your saving hand would hold and protect your people. Renewed in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House her approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, last week, nearly 50 migrants who sought asylum and refuge in America were met with grossly un-American actions. Governor DeSantis deceived them and shipped them across the nation like chattel to Martha's Vineyard, all in search of hollow political points. Not only was this a failed political stunt, it is a failure of common humanity, of common decency. To think of what men, women, children, a 1-month-old endured to seek asylum in our great nation. To think of the bravery and the agony to leave your home, your family, your country in search of a better way of life, fleeing communism, political and economic instability in Venezuela. Madam Speaker, members come to this floor to give 1-minute speeches every session. And I hear Republican speeches and I see the signs, the stunts, Biden's border crisis. No, this is America's problem, our problem, and a wall or these recent cruel stunts by shameful governors auditioning to be the next Trump offer no solutions, no hope. Instead, it will take courage by Republicans in both chambers to come back to the table and work with Democrats to fix our long broken immigration system. That is the American way.
The gentle
Madam
lady's time
Speaker,
is
I yield
expired.
back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we should empower our workforce to flourish. However, Washington Democrats are fixated on dragging us back to an outdated model via their PRO Act, which would strip workers of their freedoms and force every American worker to either join a union or pay dues to a union in order to keep their jobs. This is not the American way. Freedom of choice is what makes our economy strong, and every American should have that choice. Our workforce is constantly evolving, and we need creative, forward-thinking legislation that gives workers and small business owners both stability and flexibility. That's why Senators Tim Scott and I introduced the Employee Rights Act. Our bill protects independent contractors, entrepreneurs, gig workers, franchisees, and anyone else seeking to earn a living on their own terms. The Employee Rights Act puts workers in the driver's seat by giving them the protections they need to choose for themselves how to earn a living and build a future for their families. Republicans stand with the 21st century worker. It's time our labor laws did the same. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mahalo, Madam Speaker. I rise today to continue to honor September as Hawaiian History Month in my home state of Hawaii. Today, I'm honored to bring to the House Prince Jonah Kuhio Kalani Anaole. Prince Kuhio was the second Native Hawaiian to represent Hawaii in Congress when he was elected in 1903, and he served for 2 decades until his death in 1922. He is best known for the establishment of the Hawaiian Civic Club of Honolulu in 1918 and the passage of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act in 1920. Throughout his life, Prince Kuhio, revered by Native Hawaiians as Keali'i Maka'ainana, a prince for the people, was a tenacious leader and used his voice to preserve and strengthen the Hawaiian people. Prince Kuhio championed the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, which was signed into law by President Warren G. Harding in 1921. The act enables Native Hawaiians to return to their lands in order to support self-sufficiency and self-determination, to create a homeland, to build homes, farms, ranches, and otherwise engage in economic activities. This legacy of championing Native Hawaiian causes and preserving Native Hawaiian history is what Prince Kuhio is most remembered for, and I am proud to continue that legacy here in the United States House of Representatives. Mahalo, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. American families are paying the highest electricity prices in over 40 years, with a 16% increase from a year ago. Additionally, natural gas prices to heat homes were up 30% as winter nears, due to the extremist Biden energy failing policies. According to a Help Advisory survey, in the last year, a quarter of Americans reduced food and medicine so they could pay the energy bill. Unfortunately, 1 in 6 people, more than 20 million households, are behind on utility bills and in danger of losing utility services. The Energy Information Administration anticipates an additional increase this year. The policies of Biden and Democrats are responsible for high utility costs and destroying jobs. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from a safe haven of Afghanistan to America. With the open Biden border for terrorists, American families today are at a greater risk of mass murder than ever before. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to honor the life of my dear friend Bata Vujicic. Bata was a leader in our community whose contributions to North LA County will live on for several generations. As a founding board member at the Ministry of Life Without Limbs, he spread the good word of our Savior Jesus Christ to many, including those in prison ministries. Bata is survived by the love of his life, Rita, their 7 children, Marco, Natalie, Elena, Laura, Daniela, Dario, Ariana, and Natalia, who he loved as his own, their spouses, and dozens of more family members. And I'll always remember Bata's commitment to our community and his friendship, and we will miss him dearly. Today, he sits next to the one true King in heaven and looks down upon us all with pride, his warm, humble demeanor. Bata was a dear friend, a great American, and a true believer. We love you and miss you, my friend. God blessed us with Bata's presence and has now brought him home. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. September is National Rice Month, and even though the month's 2/3 over with, it's never not time to have rice for your next meal. I want to pay a special tribute to the hardworking farmers, millers, merchants, the suppliers, and the consumers who make rice not only such a nutritious product, but an important part of our economy. My home state of California is the second largest rice producing state, with the Sacramento Valley home to 95% of California's production. It's an important part also of the Pacific Flyway. California primarily produces medium grain sticky rice, otherwise known as sushi rice. America's rice industry contributes 125,000 good-paying jobs and an estimated $34 billion to our nation's economy. Rice farmers take excellent care of their land, prioritizing resource conservation, nutrition, and top yields that help make good product quality as well. U.S. rice farmers produce more rice using less land, energy, and water than they did just 20 years ago, providing critical habitat for many species, which is really important, once again, to the Pacific Flyway as the ducks and geese move all the way from the north down to the south. Unfortunately, drastic water cuts have taken half of the rice acreage out of California this year.
Gentleman's time has
We need
expired.
keep the industry going strong for all those good needs. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1361 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will read the resolution.
House Calendar Number 100, House Resolution 1361, resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, Senate 1098, to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to authorize borrowers to separate joint consolidation loans. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to commit. Section 2A. At any time through the legislative day of Thursday, September 22, 2022, the Speaker may entertain motions offered by the Majority Leader or a designee that the House suspend the rules as though under Clause 1 of Rule 15 with respect to multiple measures described in subsection B, and the Chair shall put the question on any such motion without debate or intervening motion. B. A measure referred to in subsection A includes any measure that was the object of a motion to suspend the rules on the legislative day of September 19, 2022, September 20, 2022, September 21, 2022, or September 22, 2022, in the form as so offered on which the yeas and nays were ordered, and further proceedings postponed pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. C. Upon the offering of a motion pursuant to subsection A concerning multiple measures, the ordering of the yeas and nays on postponed motions to suspend the rules with respect to such measures is vacated to the end that all such motions are considered as withdrawn.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman, Representative Fishbach from Minnesota, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. And during consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for purposes of debate only, and I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1361, providing for consideration of Senate Bill 1098, the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act, under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor, as well as 1 motion to commit. Finally, the rule provides the majority leader or his designee the ability to en bloc requested roll call votes on suspension bills considered on September 19th to September 22nd. This authority lasts through September 22nd, 2022. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased we're here today to provide consideration of the Joint Consolidated Loan Separation Act, led by my colleagues, Senator Mark Warner of Virginia and Representative David Price of North Carolina. From 1993 to 2006, the Department of Education allowed married couples to consolidate their student loans for a lower interest rate through the Joint Consolidation Loan Program, requiring participating borrowers to be jointly liable for repayment of their loans. Congress ended the program in 2006, but Congress never provided a way for borrowers to disentangle the joint debt. Across the country, there are borrowers who remain liable for their former spouse's debt, even in cases of domestic violence. Today, we have an opportunity to address this problem and help borrowers regain their financial independence. The Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act allows borrowers to apply to the Department of Education to split their consolidated loan into two separate federal direct loans. Borrowers can submit either a joint application or an individual application in the case of domestic violence, economic abuse, or inability to reach a former spouse. The joint consolidation loan remainder would be split proportionally based on the percentages that each borrower originally brought into the loan. The two new federal direct loans would have the same interest rates as the joint consolidation loan. Additionally, the bill would enable borrowers to regain access to student loan relief programs, such as the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program and income-driven repayment programs for which they were previously ineligible due to their joint consolidation loans. Like many of my colleagues, I have heard from constituents who have joint consolidated loans with their former spouses. Some of those constituents expressed frustration that due to having a joint loan, they become ineligible to apply for other student loan relief programs, even though they are no longer with their spouse, and they are carrying the burden of the joint loan. Constituents also entrusted me with their personal stories of domestic abuse and how these joint consolidated loans won't allow them to get away from their abusive former spouses. Just a few weeks ago, a constituent from Wheat Ridge, Colorado, reached out to my office. It's been nearly 17 years since her separation from her abusive spouse. Following her divorce, not only did she and her family continue to receive harassment from this individual, but she was left with the financial burden of paying the entire loan balance because her former spouse refused to pay his share. All she wanted was a fresh start, so she moved to Colorado, but her joint consolidated loan with her former spouse continues to loom over her. She is not asking for her loans to be forgiven. She is simply asking to be finally freed from this abusive relationship by passing this Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act. I want to thank her and all the other individuals who've come forward to share how this loan program that ended nearly 2 decades ago continues to affect their daily lives. I commend Representative Price, Senator Warner, and all my colleagues for their work on this bill. I urge all my colleagues to support the rule and the bill. And Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the representative from Colorado for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. S 1098 is intended to ensure borrowers who need to separate their loans urgently because they are victims of domestic or economic abuse are not put in further harmful financial situations due to having a joint consolidation loan that cannot be separated. Republicans fully support the intention of the bill, and it is something we should be able to address in a fully bipartisan manner. However, they are concerned that this bill misses the mark. According to the Department of Education, this bill could not be implemented for at least a year or longer. If we want to truly solve this problem, victims need help immediately. This bill also broadens the Secretary of Education's authority. It gives the Secretary the authority to allow for new consolidation loans if it is in the fiscal interest of the federal government, but does not define the term. In addition, this bill did not receive a hearing in the House Education and Labor Committee, no discussion, no input, simply accepting the Senate's version, which was introduced before the President's announcement of student loan forgiveness. My Republican colleagues on the Education and Labor Committee have an alternative bill that will provide victims of abuse, allowing borrowers to separate their loans immediately rather than waiting up to 18 months. It also protects taxpayers from potential abuse of authority by the Secretary of Education by narrowly tailoring the authority to help those in need. Congress should always be concerned about relinquishing authority to the executive branch. This bill also closes all the gaps that exist in the bill that has been brought up on the floor today, and yet my colleagues were ignored, and now we are left discussing an incomplete policy. I encourage my colleagues to support this alternative that would solve the problems without ceding more authority to the Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the rule, and I ask the members to do the same, and I reserve.
The gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to introduce into the record a statement of administration policy dated September 19th, 2022, supporting this particular piece of legislation.
Without objection.
I listened to my friend from Minnesota and appreciate her remarks. The amendment that has been discussed that the Republicans are proposing simply does not go far enough. This bill really should be embraced unanimously in this House, just as it was in the Senate, between Democrats and Republicans, allowing for spouses to separate, take on their own specific piece of the loan, and move forward. No longer staying in this kind of locked-in relationship, especially in those situations, and they do recognize, the abusive relationships, but there are also ones where there's economic abuse or where you simply can't reach the spouse. And in those instances, too, there should be the ability to divide these back into their original forms. And so this bill, like it was in the Senate, should be accepted, I think, universally by this House. I'm sorry to see that there's opposition. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to point out that the vote that my colleague does point out regarding this bill in the Senate was before the President made his announcement regarding student loan forgiveness. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And all I have to say on this rule is listen to whatever she said, nothing of what my colleague from the state of Colorado says. I'm actually here because my good friend, Ms. Fishbach's allowing me to correct a mistake. I missed the 1 minute time period. So I'm going to use my time to actually honor one of my constituents. I rise today to recognize, Madam Speaker, Dr. Thomas Ramage, the 5th president of Parkland College since its 1966 inception, who will retire at the end of this year following a remarkable 15 years as president and 24 years of service to the institution. Under the leadership of Dr. Ramage, Parkland College completed a $92 million campus master plan that created 6 new buildings, added 250,000 square feet of classrooms, labs, and student service spaces to provide the quality educational facilities that our students need. During his time at Parkland, Tom has continued to adapt to the changing needs of industry, acquiring the Institute of Aviation at Willard Airport from the University of Illinois and forming lasting relationships with private sector partners. Under his guidance, Parkland also leads the Illinois Community College system by enrolling more than 350 international students representing well over 50 countries. Dr. Ramage's strong fiscal management and guidance led Parkland College through a recession, a state budget crisis, and a pandemic. The legacy of excellence that he leaves behind is even stronger than when he became president in 2007. I've had the pleasure of working with Tom throughout my decade in Congress. I'm proud to call him my friend, and I'd like to congratulate him on his well-earned retirement. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Ordinarily, I would argue with my friend from Illinois, but since it was such a nice testimonial to the doctor, I will support him in his 1 minute and his nice comments as his friend retires. Getting back to the matter at hand, Madam Speaker, we're here to deal with loan separation. I would say that we're looking at some 14,000 loans to which this might be applicable. It'll provide a path forward for borrowers with these loans who no longer want their debt to be tied to their former spouse. It's particularly important for borrowers who just want to meet their own debt obligation without being saddled with someone else's. We've heard from these constituents, as we heard from my constituent from Wheat Ridge, Colorado, about the fact she's been divorced for 17 years and is still saddled with a debt that her husband owed and won't take responsibility for. So I would, again, urge passage of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule allowing for the immediate consideration of H.R. 8749 to repeal the Methane Emissions and Waste Reduction Incentive Program for petroleum and natural gas systems. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with the extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just last week, a constituent called my office with concerns about the President's energy policy. Joshua hauls gas for a living and said it is the best job he has ever had, but he worries that President Biden wants to take that away. He asked for my support and expressed his appreciation for anything that I can do to protect the industry. H.R. 8749 is a key piece of that puzzle. It supports American energy independence and all those who rely on it by protecting the Permian Basin and the largest secure supply of crude oil in the world. If the Biden administration gets their way on this issue, production will be slowed in that region, jobs will be lost, and gas prices will continue to rise. Madam Speaker, this presidential administration is actively working against the oil and gas industry. They have increased natural gas production taxes, prevented energy development in Alaska, and made permitting more difficult. They are prioritizing supplemental energy technologies like wind and solar, but the U.S. Energy Information Administration's annual energy outlook projected that petroleum and natural gas will be the most used fuels in the U.S. through 2050. We cannot abandon these reliable and essential sources of energy. To further explain the amendment, I yield 6 minutes to the author of the bill, my colleague from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Minnesota for so eloquently explaining the underlying reason that I rise to oppose the previous question, so that we may immediately consider H.R. 8749, which is my bill to strike the new tax on every American, the new tax on natural gas that was included in Democrats' Paycheck Reduction Act. You know, at a time when we actually are witnessing probably the most destructive energy poverty crisis in civilized world, which is happening right now in Europe. In most cases, happening in countries that are now experiencing 10 times, a tenfold increase of their heating bills, a tenfold increase of their energy bills, a tenfold increase of all of the requirements of energy, the most foundational piece of any economy. President Biden is driving an agenda to do the same thing here in the United States, driving an agenda to impoverish the energy needs of this country. And while the president may deny the existence of inflation and crippling price hikes, those of us who are actually buying our own groceries and paying our bills every month know that it is false. And no position in the United States can deny the economic facts. 8.3%. That, I believe, pales in comparison to what areas in rural America are actually paying. Price hikes on energy are the largest driver of this inflation by far. Gas utility bills are up 33%. Electricity is up almost 16%. It's 16% more expensive than it was this time last year. In the United States, right now, today, energy costs are so high that 1 in 6 Americans are facing a notice from their electrical company that they may be disconnected. 1 in 6. When I said these words just a couple of months ago, everybody on the other side of the aisle laughed at that proposition. Yet it is the policy that started with the flurry of activity last January, the executive orders that were aimed at killing the industry that underpins our economy, the industry that won World War II, the industry that has lifted 1 billion people out of poverty, 1 billion people around the world, in places like sub-Saharan Africa, the Indian subcontinent, the Far East, 1 billion people. That's because of the shale revolution. That's because of technology. The Paris Climate Accords have absolutely nothing on the reduction of harmful pollutants and emissions that private innovation has actually done. And even knowing this, President Biden and Democrats in Congress have introduced another tax on American energy that will continue to drive costs up. How many more Americans will be unable to heat their homes this fall and this winter when Democrat tax initiatives make their utility bills 50% more expensive than last year? Does the Green New Deal lobby group want America to follow in the footsteps of the Europeans I just mentioned, who have literally returned to burning wood chips in their homes, restarting coal plants? Where was that in the Green New Deal? Where was that in the Paris Climate Accords and COP26? Make no mistake, these costs will swiftly be passed along to the 180 million Americans and 5.5 million businesses that rely on natural gas. In fact, the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office now estimates this fee will increase taxes by $6.5 billion and raise natural gas bills an additional 17%, in addition to the inflationary pressures already facing our economy. What an inexcusable error. Instead of encouraging more U.S. production of oil and gas, House Democrats have opted instead to cut government checks to favored green special interest groups. And by the way, what happened to the president's promise not to raise taxes on Americans earning less than $400,000? It's laughable. Americans are begging for lower prices. They are begging for the government to simply allow free market principles to work, to allow the companies that underpin energy to do what they do best, which is to do it better, to do it more efficient, to do it cleaner, and to not be dependent on adversaries like Russia and China and other adversaries. The crowning achievement of President Biden's energy policies will be dependence on adversaries for our energy needs. In Maslow's hierarchy, I couldn't think of something that's worse. Dependence on OPEC oil as he goes to Saudi Arabia asking for more production when we can do it here better. We only need to look at the reckless policies in Europe to understand how bad this can be. We only need to look at the dependence that Europe had on Russia that has now, in many, many ways, led to a crisis in Ukraine. Energy underpins everything. And I'm tired of hearing that we're in an energy transition. We're not. We're in an energy expansion. Another billion people will be added to the population of this globe within the next 15 to 20 years. 1 billion. Where is their energy going to come from? Can those people afford electric vehicles? Where does electricity come from? These are the questions that would be nice to have in a transparent, open, and realistic debate. In this energy expansion, I invite my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to come to my district to see the fact that my congressional district has more wind energy than the entire state of California. Come see what we do with regards to solar. Do I have more time?
Gentleman's time has expired.
I would yield the gentleman 2 more minutes.
Come to my district.
Recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Come to my district to see that in this energy expansion, it's going to take every available source of energy. But most importantly, it's going to take reliable energy, baseload energy, sources that are primary, that can provide the reliability. We don't need to go the direction that Europe has gone, and we certainly don't need to go the direction that our friends in California have gotten used to with rolling blackouts. And we don't need higher taxes. Every American family is struggling. The solution is literally directly below our feet. It is literally at the hands of the most innovative and experienced entrepreneurs, engineers, hardworking patriots. It's here. We can provide that reliability and reduce dependency. I urge my colleagues to cast their vote for the American family, for the senior on fixed income, for the small business owner, and for energy security. And let me issue a warning. If we continue down this path, it will end in energy poverty right here in this country. And those that will be affected most are the vulnerable in our population, the ones that are disconnected from their energy companies, the ones that can't afford to do anything because energy costs are so high. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 8749, which would strike the new tax on natural gas and get us on a path, once again, to energy dominance, energy security, and reliability. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd remind my friend, Mr. Pfluger, that this bill is about separating loans. It's not about the energy policies, although I'll address some of his remarks in a second. This is about the some 14,000 people that have took advantage, clearly, of consolidating loans, but since that point, there's been some disruption in their marriage. So we now have people, as I mentioned earlier, that have been divorced for 17 years, still burdened by a student loan of their ex-spouse. And in that particular instance, an ex-spouse who'd been abusive and continues to refuse to pay his share of the loan. So this gives the spouse who was in the abusive relationship, the spouse who can't find the ex-spouse to help take care of this joint loan, the ability to separate, take care of their own loans, and take advantage of other programs that we in the Congress, the administrations, Democrats and Republicans, have put into place, like the public loan forgiveness. If you're working for the government, in some instances, you can get credit for that service. Many of these people have been unable to take advantage of that. So that's what this bill is about. That's what this rule is about. Now, as to my friend, I'd say to him, you know, gas prices, I don't know about Texas. Maybe Texas got higher gas prices than Colorado. But in Colorado, the gas prices have dropped $1.30 to $1.50 over the course of the last 4 months, to the point where it's under $3. And so I would just refer my friend to an article in the New York Times, and I'd ask to be able to insert it into the record, entitled, "U.S. Gas Prices Have Fallen for 91 Straight Days, a Big Relief for Consumers." I'd also say to my friend from Texas, and I appreciate the gentleman.
Without objection? Did you just offer that?
I did offer it, sorry,
Without
and
objection?
I didn't give you a chance to accept it. My apologies, Madam Speaker. Was there an objection? No objection. No, I don't want you to. I don't want you to. So as it relates to inflation, I was on a roll until I forgot to ask for its acceptance. With respect to inflation, the gentleman is correct. There has been, on a year-over-year basis, a jump of about 8%, 8.3%, I think he mentioned. But since the beginning of the year, that has fallen dramatically. Of course, over the summer, we saw deflation in a couple months. In the most recent inflation report in August, it rose 0.1%. So annualized, that's 1.2% inflation rate now, because we're seeing prices drop, particularly in the energy sector. So as much as my friends on the other side would like to wish that we had inflation, it's going away because we've been able to pass legislation like the Inflation Reduction Act, which takes a good look at both climate responsibilities that we have in urging and incentivizing towards renewable energy, but it also has a huge piece in there to allow us to negotiate prescription drug prices and bring those down. So I would say to my friends on the other side, this bill is about dealing with loans, consolidated loans that now need to be separated. But on the subjects brought up, I can tell you that inflation is dropping based on the most recent reports, and gas prices are falling. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, we did address some of the issues that we have and the concerns we have regarding the bill that is in front of us, but we also offered a previous question because we should be talking about energy. The American public is concerned about energy independence and what is happening with energy, how they're going to cool, and in my case, in Minnesota, how we're going to heat our homes. It gets cold in Minnesota, and people are concerned about how they're going to heat their homes this winter and what they'll have to cut out of their family budget if prices continue to rise on heating their homes. And I would like to yield 4 minutes to my colleague from North Dakota to discuss it even further. And it's cold in North Dakota, too.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it's actually pretty nice in North Dakota right now, but we're on our way to winter. Saying gas prices have lowered 91 days in a row is a whole lot like giving a medal to an arsonist for helping put out a fire he started. Gas prices are not lower than when President Biden took office, and other energy prices are continuing to rise. And I want to see the report that says inflation has gone down, because I have seen it has gone up in the most recent numbers to 8.3%. I think there was very great dueling cry-ons going on as we're celebrating an Inflation Reduction Act that does nothing to reduce inflation while the stock market is tanking and we get a new report that inflation is actually going up. But I would urge my colleagues to defeat the previous question so we consider common sense policy that would reverse the decisions by 220 Democrats in this chamber to tax American energy producers and raise prices on consumers. Democrats frame their price increasing $1,500 methane tax as a way to reduce emissions. But the small and medium oil and gas companies are the reality of the companies in states like mine. We're already taking steps to reduce pollution in an economically viable way. These small and medium companies are the ones that drive energy production, particularly in North Dakota, and are going to be double regulated from the wellhead to the market. The structure of the methane program is unwieldy, it's burdensome, and it will only serve to increase prices for consumers. And we have seen just that. In New York, a typical customer's electric bill are expected to increase by 29% from last year, 29%. Ratepayers in New Hampshire saw the price of electricity double over the summer. With 1 in 6 families falling behind on their utility bills and winter right around the corner, the last thing we need are policies that make it more expensive to produce energy in the United States. We need to take the handcuffs off domestic producers and deliver affordable, clean, and reliable energy. In any rational place in the world, California's energy policies, where they're demanding electric vehicles by 2035 and 2 days later ask people to not charge their electric vehicles, and the energy policies of our allies in Germany and other countries in Europe that are seeing the highest utility rates of any civilized country in the world, would be a big red blinking stop sign. But we're not in a rational world. We're in Washington, D.C. And instead of taking the time to reflect and take reasonable steps to ensure that our country doesn't go down the same path as these other places, we double down on policies that will not work. But they have the added benefit of not actually doing anything to clean up the environment. So I urge everyone to defeat the PQ so we can go back and deal with an energy policy that's based in reality and not ideology. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves, and the gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With respect to the bill that we have before us and the rule that we have before us involving the separation of these loans, I would just say there was a woman named Angela who's on the hook for nearly $200,000, been divorced since 2016. What she owes is 5 times what her initial loan was because of this consolidation of loans. And she suffered from domestic violence and has had her credit score drop like a rock. She's faced with crippling debt. And until we're able to uncouple and decouple these joint loans through this Separation Loan Act, she's going to continue to be burdened by something that really is not her responsibility. That's the bill we're here to really debate and discuss, Senate Bill 1098, and obviously the rule is to allow its debate on the floor of this House. This weekend I was out walking precincts on Saturday, going back to the energy discussion that we're having, And at one of the houses was a young man getting his electrical engineering degree at the Colorado School of Mines. And he didn't really recognize too many of the candidates, but he did say that he was familiar with the Inflation Reduction Act because it's the first time we've done anything of any real significance for a long time to deal with climate change. And he was very appreciative of that. A gentleman who doesn't have an affiliation, he's not a Democrat, he's not a Republican, unaffiliated, but he was aware of the substantial policy changes and investments we're making to deal with extreme climate that we face all across this country. I'm glad it's nice in North Dakota right now, but across the country we've seen wildfires at times nobody ever experienced them before. We've seen terrible floods, and we continue to see the ocean rise. And so there are so many pieces to that Inflation Reduction Act dealing with improving our climate and dealing with the change that I certainly was proud to have supported it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlelady is ready to close. The gentleman from Colorado?
Yes.
He's recognized.
Oh, no, I'm prepared to close too. So
Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just before I get into my formal remarks, I just wanted to mention, we did a quick Google search because I know that my colleague from Colorado just mentioned the dropping gas prices earlier in his comments, and we did a quick Google search, and in 2019, the gas prices in Colorado were $2.14, and they are currently in 2022 $3.70. And so those gas prices, while you may say they're going down a bit, that is a significant increase from 2019. Madam Speaker, though, S 1098 is well-intentioned, but there are other ways to accomplish this goal effectively. The current bill will not help victims of abuse for a year or more. The Republican bill would help them now. The bill we are debating today includes vague language that creates loopholes that would allow the administration to spend billions of tax dollars on broader loan forgiveness without justification and oversight. The Republican bill closes this loophole to ensure that those who really need the help are the ones receiving it. We owe it to the victims of abuse to have a straightforward and efficient process to help them, and we owe the taxpayers to protect their tax dollars. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the rule and encourage members to do the same. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I want to compliment my friend on her Googling talent, because I'm sure that's true. The situation that we faced is gas prices shot up to about $4.50, and they've dropped now almost to $3, or in places across the state, less than $3. But, obviously in Colorado, we're enjoying a very good economy. Virtually everybody is working. We have an unbelievably low unemployment rate. So we feel gas prices are going in the right direction. Prices generally are going in the right direction. And there are a lot of people to credit for that, starting with the President of the United States. But I'm going to yield myself the balance of my time, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for joining me here today to speak on the rule and the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act. Over the course of the Joint Consolidation Loan Program, more than 14,000 borrowers participated. It seemed like a simple concept. Joint consolidation loans allowed for couples to have one single monthly payment with a lower interest rate. But Congress never provided a way for individuals to separate their loans if and when the time came necessary, whether it's an abusive relationship where there's domestic violence, economic abuse, or you simply can't find your ex-spouse to have them help carry the burden. To my friends on the other side of the aisle who claim they want to help these borrowers, the opportunity to help them is right here, right now. Borrowers who have experienced physical and mental abuse from former partners who now refuse to pay their student loans like my constituent from Wheat Ridge, say this legislation would set them free. Supporting this legislation is the right thing to do to help borrowers who for years have been stuck in these joint loans with no way out. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge a yes vote on the rule and on the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota
Madam
rise?
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess for a period less than 15 minutes.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question, adoption of HRS 1361, if ordered. En bloc motion to suspend the rules, if offered. A motion to suspend the rules and pass S2490. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. This is a 15-minute vote. Got one? Still make it valid? Mr. Jeffries?
Apparently,
For purposes, gentlemen from New York seek recognition.
as the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the previous question.
She gave me grief for wearing tennis shoes yesterday. And you're going to say those are dress.
suspensions do? We're doing these 4 and 12 suspensions. What reason does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, as the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the previous question.
What reason does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by by Ms. Conway from California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote no on the previous question.
What reason does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on ordering the previous question.
What reason does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote nay on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, aloha. As member designated by Congress members Napolitano, Vargas, Swalwell, Bass, Tim Ryan, Ruiz, and Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes. Yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform the House that he will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jones of New York, Ms. Newman, Ms. Chu, and Mr. McKeechin, I inform the House that these four members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomez of California from the House, that Mr. Gomez votes yes on H Resolution 1361.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will be voting no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Ms. Linda Sanchez, and Mr. Connor Lamb, I inform the House that these members vote yes on the previous question.
Does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 219.
Mr. Wahlberg. Mr. Wahlberg votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does a woman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays and maybe a lower volume.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Linda Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1361.
The gentlelady from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, I inform the House that she will vote yes on H.Res. 1361.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote nay on the rule.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will be voting no on the rule.
Does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on H.Res. 1361.
Tennessee. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Napolitano, Vargas, Swalwell, Bass, Tim Ryan, Ruiz, and Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRS 1361.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote nay on the rule.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. McKeachin, and Mr. Mondale Jones, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRS 1361.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRS 1361.
Gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform the House that he will vote yea on HRS 1361.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on HRes 1361.
For what purpose, gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on H.R. 1361.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Gomez, and for the House that Mr. Gomez vote yes on H Resolution 1361 on agreeing on the resolution.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on HRES 1361.
For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird from Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote nay on the rule.
On this vote, the yeas are 220 and the nays are 205. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will come in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 2 of the House Resolution 1361, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1433, H.R. 4009, H.R. 4358, H.R. 6265, H.R. 6846, H.R. 7240, H.R. 7338, H.R. 8453, H.R. 8503, and H.R. 8520, and agree to House Resolution 558.
The clerk will report the titles.
H.R. 1433, a bill to reauthorize the Helen Keller National Center for Youth and Adults Who Are Deaf-Blind. H.R. 4009, a bill to authorize the Georgetown African American Historic Landmark Project and Tour to establish a commemorative work in the District of Columbia and its environs and for other purposes. Union Calendar Number 368, H.R. 4358, a bill to amend the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act to designate segments of the Little Manatee River as a component of the Wild and Scenic Rivers system and for other purposes. H.R. 6265, a bill to require a strategy by the United States government to disrupt and dismantle the Captagon trade and narcotics networks of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. H.R. 6846, a bill to require a review of sanctions with respect to Russian kleptocrats and human rights abusers. H.R. 7240, a bill to reauthorize the READ Act. H.R. 7338, a bill to require congressional notification prior to payments of Department of State rewards using cryptocurrencies, authorize the appointment of a Director of Digital Currency Security in the Office of Economic Sanctions Policy and Implementation of the Department of State and for other purposes. H.R. 8453, a bill to provide for the imposition of sanctions with respect to foreign persons undermining the Dayton Peace Agreement or threatening the security of Bosnia and Herzegovina and for other purposes. H.R. 8503, a bill to require the development of a strategy to promote the use of secure telecommunications infrastructure worldwide and for other purposes. H.R. 8520, a bill to establish certain reporting and other requirements relating to telecommunications equipment and services produced or provided by certain entities and for other purposes. House Resolution 558, resolution urging the European Union to designate Hezbollah in its entirety as a terrorist organization.
The question is on the motion offered by the gentleman from Maryland. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purposes, the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Chu, Ms. Newman, Mr. McKeachin, and Mr. Jones, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yay on suspensions en bloc.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomez of California, I inform the House that we vote yes on the motion.
California. For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Conway, California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Napolitano, Vargas, Swalwell, Bass, Tim Ryan, Ruiz, and Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose, gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, I inform the House that she will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
I appreciate the kid.
For what purpose, gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote yea on suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
Yeah. Oh, wrong one. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc. Thank you.
Michigan. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will be a no on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Linda Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the suspensions en bloc.
After the last vote. That's not on here then. That's not a vote. That'll be debate. For what purpose, gentlemen from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc.
For what purpose, gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Soto will vote yea on the suspensions en bloc.
The yeas are 361 and the nays are 69. 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bills are passed. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Good. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 2490, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2490, an act to establish the Blackwell School National Historic Site in Marfa, Texas, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Newman, Ms. Chu, Mr. McKeechin, and Mr. Mondare Jones, and inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2490.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek
Mr.
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Gomez of California, and for the House, that Mr. Gomez vote yes on S 2490.
For what purpose, gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote yea on S 2490. Thank you.
For what purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Napolitano, Vargas, Swalwell, Karen Bass, Tim Ryan, Raul Ruiz, and Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 2490.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yea on S 2490.
For what purpose, gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rush, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yea on S 2490.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on S 2490.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ming, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 2490.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Soto of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Soto will vote yea on S 2490.
For what purpose, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote aye on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on S 2490.
Indiana seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird, I inform the House Mr. Baird will vote yea on S 2490.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Gottheimer, I inform the House that Mr. Gottheimer will vote yay on S-2490.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Conway of California, I inform the House that Ms. Conway will vote yea on S-2490.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Connor Lamb, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Ms. Linda Sanchez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S-2490.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that she will vote yea on S-2490.
Are 414. The nays are 12. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title, House Resolution 7338, is amended. H.R. 7338 is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 7353, a bill originally introduced by Representative Wolarski of Indiana. for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. For what purpose, gentleman from North Carolina, seek recognition?
Speaker, I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor from H.R. 2460.
The request is granted. The House will be in order. The House will. What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1361, I call up the bill S-1098 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 1098, an act to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to authorize borrowers to separate joint consolidation loans.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1361, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to preside and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S-1098, the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in support of the bipartisan, bicameral Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act, led in the Senate by my colleague from Virginia, Senator Mark Warner, and led in the House by the gentleman from North Carolina, Congressman David Price. Student loans should provide a pathway to opportunity, not saddle borrowers with a lifetime of burdensome debt, especially if the loans don't even belong to them. Regrettably, many borrowers' financial well-being has been made worse by student loans jointly held by their sponsors or former spouse. The Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act would provide much-needed relief for individuals who previously consolidated their student loans with their spouse. Although Congress eliminated the Joint Consolidation Loan Program in 2006, it did not provide a way for borrowers to sever existing loans, even in the event of domestic violence, domestic abuse, or unresponsiveness from a former spouse after a divorce. As a result, according to the most recent data from the Department of Education, there are at least 13,500 borrowers with federally held joint consolidation loans. The Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act would allow borrowers to submit an application to the Department of Education to split the joint consolidation loan into 2 separate federal direct loans. The 2 new federal direct loans would be split proportionally based on the original unpaid principals and have the same interest rates as the joint consolidation loan, ensuring that borrowers are not saddled with a higher interest rate. Importantly, the bill provides a pathway for an individual to apply to separate a loan from a spouse or current spouse, a former spouse or current spouse, including in the event of an absentee or unresponsive spouse or an act of violence or economic abuse. Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that no borrower should be forced to pay debt that isn't there. No borrower should be forced to pay debts that isn't theirs, especially a debt of an abuser, former spouse. So I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for yielding time. Mr. Speaker, while I fully support the underlying intent of S 1098, the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act, I have concerns about the bill as drafted. The purpose of this bill is to protect student loan borrowers who consolidated their loans with a spouse but now seek to reverse this process. Yet, as written, this bill undermines that purpose. I am concerned this bill will hurt the very borrowers we're trying to help. We never want to see a spouse, especially one that is a victim of domestic violence, forced to be financially tied to his or her abuser. We want to give these borrowers a way out. However, we also recognize that it is not only the abused spouse who may be applying for these new consolidations. Under the Senate-passed language, when a borrower files for a new consolidated loan, he or she could potentially leave his or her spouse with the remaining balance. We must be cognizant of the fact that a borrower could use this new legislation as a weapon. This is why we need safeguards in place to ensure that both parties are not subject to potential abuse through the separation process and not just the one filing for a new consolidation. Additionally, the Department of Education has stated that it will take 12 to 18 months to implement this bill. Given the urgency of the situation that many borrowers are in, this kind of delay is unacceptable. We need to provide these borrowers with a quicker way out of their joint consolidation loan. Yet Democrats rejected the Republican solution that will give these borrowers an almost immediate separation without unnecessary paperwork that will bog down the process. Further, I'm concerned that this bill could be used by the Secretary of Education to stage an even broader takeover of student loans. It would be simpler and more straightforward to allow these loans, once separated, to remain with their current holder. But instead, this legislation attempts to drive as many of these loans as possible into the government-run direct loan program. We have ample evidence to believe that the Biden Department of Education will take the inch given in this legislation and use it to go a mile. The administration's illegal expansion of the income-driven repayment program and public service loan forgiveness program, let alone Biden's student loan bailout, are evidence of that. For example, the vague language included in this bill, namely the authority for the Secretary of Education to allow for new consolidation loans if it's in, quote, the fiscal interest of the federal government, end quote. The Education Department has not been able to provide clarity on what this phrase means or how it applies to this bill. But it has been used previously by this administration to force billions of dollars worth of loans made by private lenders onto the government's books. Moreover, the president's $1 trillion transfer of wealth from hardworking taxpayers to college graduates clearly illustrates this administration had no intention of protecting the fiscal interest of the federal government. We must not create any loopholes or backdoors for the Biden administration to exploit. Transferring massive amounts of student loan debt to taxpayers is harming our economy and setting a horrible precedent for future borrowers, not to mention failing to solve the underlying problems in post-secondary education. Because of these issues, Republicans have a solution that will allow student loan servicers to separate joint consolidation loans almost immediately instead of having to wait over a year to receive relief. Our solution is a common sense and practical way to accomplish the same goal as this legislation, but more quickly and efficiently. Republicans are willing to work across the aisle to ensure borrowers are taken care of. But unfortunately, Democrats are more focused on opening more avenues for the administration to expand its radical loan bailout. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 7 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, the House sponsor of the legislation, Mr. Price.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chair, and I'm happy to rise in support of S 1098, the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act. I'm the author of the House version of this bill, and I've introduced it every Congress since the 115th, always with a Republican co-sponsor. I'd like to start my remarks today by thanking the members, past and present, who have helped bring us to the floor today. Thank you to our former colleague, Bradley Byrne of Alabama, for his co-sponsorship of the first iteration of this bill. Thanks to Congresswoman Haley Stevens and other current bipartisan co-sponsors. To Senator Mark Warner, Marco Rubio, John Cornyn, who recently steered this bill to passage in the Senate, and to my colleague from North Carolina, Senator Richard Burr, who expedited the review of this bill by his committee. This bill passed the Senate by unanimous consent on June 15th of this year. I also want to thank my good friend, Chairman Bobby Scott, and his staff. They've vetted this bill, worked over this bill very carefully, and he's an outstanding leader of the committee, and he's been a longstanding supporter of this bill. He included it, in fact, in various versions of the Higher Education Act. I also want to thank staff, entrepreneurial staff, who picked up on this problem from casework years ago and devised a legislative solution. That would be Kate Retzer and Nora Blaylock of my staff initially, Jensen White and Elizabeth Adkins more recently, and other personal and committee staff, House and Senate. Thanks for the advocates, people affected by this problem who have come to our offices, they've come to our town meetings, they have relentlessly advocated for relief. A number of these advocates are our guests in the gallery today. The Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act, or JCL for short, is a simple bill in its intent, but significant in its impact on thousands of student loan borrowers who have waited for relief for far too long. From 1993 to 2006, the U.S. Department of Education issued joint consolidation loans to married couples, where both borrowers agreed at the time to be jointly liable for repayment. As you might expect, this proved problematic if that couple ever needed or wanted to separate the loans. Congress wisely eliminated this program in 2006, but with one critical oversight. Congress did not provide a means of severing the existing loans, even in the event of domestic abuse, economic abuse, or an unresponsive partner. There was, in other words, no grandfather clause. As a result, there are borrowers nationwide who remain financially liable for their absconded or abusive or uncommunicative spouse's portion of their consolidated debt with no legal options for relief. The bill before us would allow such borrowers to submit an application to the Department of Education to split the joint consolidation loan into two separate federal direct loans. The joint loan remainder would be split proportionally based on the percentage that each borrower originally brought into the loan. It was an unfortunate mistake not to grandfather in the severing of these loans with the 2006 cancellation of the program. So this bill is a long overdue common sense correction. Congress does occasionally make mistakes, in case we hadn't noticed. Let me just illustrate to you what the solution means for the lives of borrowers. I first became aware of this issue in 2014, long ago, 8 years ago, through constituent casework. My constituent consolidated his $25,000 loan with his ex-wife's $75,000 loan, After their divorce, the department continued to collect on the combined loan for both parties, even though my constituent had paid off his portion of the loan. That's just one of the many examples that cover the spectrum of unpleasant situations with this shared debt. Let's assume that one partner attended community college and the other an expensive private school, and their loan amounts are vastly different. When they consolidated their loans, they both agreed to be jointly liable for repayment. But say the partner who attended private school became unresponsive and stopped paying into the loan. That left the partner who attended community college saddled with their debts, the total debt, along with the partner's private school education costs. We've also heard horror stories of couples who have survived abusive relationships but continue to remain tied to their partners through the loan. Former partners have exercised financial abuse by refusing to copay with their exes. In other instances, individuals are unable to get in contact with the co-partner of their loan and are similarly left to shoulder the debt all by themselves. These borrowers have seen their wages garnished, their credit scores ruined to the point where they cannot assist their own children in taking care of federal student loans. This has become a generational impact. So these loan holders are often in punishing situations with no hope in sight for action to fix this mistake unless we pass the bill before us today. This bill has been thoroughly vetted by the Department of Education, the House Committee on Education and Labor, and numerous checkpoints in the Senate. It passed by unanimous consent in the Senate a few short months ago. We've made accommodations all along the way, including Republican changes that I did not prefer, for the sake of getting the bill to the floor in both chambers. With tomorrow's vote, we will go directly to the President's desk. This is a bipartisan, bicameral piece of legislation. I believe it's the end product of a fair process that has withstood the rigors of legislative scrutiny. As far as legislative impact goes, this one is simple but profound in its impact on borrowers. The Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act presents a rare opportunity for Congress to right a wrong, to correct an omission in its own legislative process. I urge that we do so. The bill offers a fair and equitable relief to borrowers who have suffered great hardship, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. And the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Congressman Fox. I rise in opposition to S. 1098, which expands the Secretary of Education's already illegitimate, unconstitutional authority, so-called, to transfer student loan debt from those who borrowed it to those who did not. How egregious, once again, that we would try to force taxpayers who did not go to college, who worked their way through college without incurring debt, or who paid off their student loans to now have to carry the debt for those making up to $250,000 a year from a family standpoint. This is an effort to double the number of student loans that are transferred, that debt that is transferred to hardworking taxpayers. This bill allows new authority for the Secretary of Education to, quote, to allow for new loans if, quote, it's in the fiscal interest of the federal government, end quote. If it's in the fiscal interest of the federal government. Now, that's an interesting concept. Since when does this majority consider the fiscal impact of their decisions? There's no limit to how many illegals they will allow to invade our country through the southern border, and there's no limit, seemingly, to how much money they will spend. The answer to every supposed problem is to spend more money, irrespective of the fiscal impact. Instead of considering the fiscal impact on the federal government, by the way, which I suspect we will not do, since the federal government doesn't have any money, since the federal government is in debt for $31 trillion, which is $90,000 per citizen, how about if we consider the fiscal impact on the taxpayers who are on the hook for that $31 trillion and will be on the hook for this new spending that's being advocated for today. The truth is this bill, this legislation, would add billions more to the already terrible decisions we've made fiscally in this Congress. The majority's response to the $31 trillion in national debt that we've already referenced, most recently, is to pass their inflation increase bill. That added $800 billion more in spending, half of it for Green Raw Deal spending, a couple $100 billion for IRS agents, because, you know, I'm sure you hear all across your district like I do, the one thing we need is more IRS agents. And then what is our other response? In addition to the Inflation Increase Act, is to the student loan transfer fiasco, transferring debt from those who borrowed it to those who did not. And today we'll add billions more to that $600 billion conservative estimate on what the cost is of the student loan transfer scheme. So I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. And the gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, prior to yielding time, I yield myself 1 minute just to remind those on the other side of the aisle who have lectured this side of the aisle on fiscal responsibility that every Democratic presidential administration since Kennedy left office with a better deficit situation than they inherited, every one without exception. And every Republican since Nixon, every administration, left office with a worse deficit situation than they inherited, without exception. And President Trump was well on his way to fulfilling that trend before the pandemic. But hypocrisy is not much of an issue. I just wanted to remind people who is fiscally responsible and who isn't. And with that, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, and an original co-sponsor of this legislation, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in that vein, some of us are here to pontificate, and others of us are here to solve problems. And I rise today for those who have been the victim of this oversight. From the period of 1993 to 2006, Americans filed for the consolidation of student loans, not realizing that they may fall prey to an unfortunate situation. Domestic abuse, economic abuse, and unresponsive partner divorce, which plagues 50% of this population. And under the leadership of my friend and colleague, Congressman Price, we have a solution. We have a bill, the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act, which is bipartisan, in which we should pass to help people. And to those who have been victims, and I consider you victims, we offer our extension of empathy, but we also offer our extension of a solution. We've got a good program here to allow you to re-engage with the Department of Education to make sure that you have fairness with your loan. And so I urge my colleagues to come together and to pass this bill, and with that, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Michigan yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First and foremost, I want to say how much I deeply appreciate Mr. Price's hard work over the last couple years on S1090. I want to thank him very, very much for his efforts on this key and very bipartisan issue. It is clear that there is bipartisan support for the victims of spousal abuse and should be able to sever these consolidation loans without penalty or delay. I don't think that's the question. The question here is the change in the calculus because of what President Biden has done. And so while I support the intention of this bill to separate these loans, President Biden's unconstitutional only be able to be done because of his abuse of power. Student loan giveaway has drastically changed the context in which we consider this bill. The President, in his actions, has undermined what was a clear bipartisan effort. S1090 gives the administration the authority and creates a pathway which could be used for loan forgiveness. Again, taking money from people who didn't benefit from a college education and making those individuals pay for it. Once these loans are separated into the direct loan program, these loans will be eligible for Biden's near $1 trillion student loan giveaway. Republicans made a good faith effort to amend this legislation to protect taxpayers, but Democrats refused to close this loan forgiveness loophole. Our Republican solution, the Simplified Joint Consolidation Separation Act, will allow borrowers to separate their loans in a more timely manner to expedite financial freedom while protecting taxpayers by focusing on the administration's authority to direct aid to those most in need. This targeted common sense legislation should garner immediate support from both sides of the aisle and will actually correct the issue which we all want solved. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back.
Members are encouraged to avoid messaging about personalities. So the gentleman yields back, and now the gentlewoman from North Carolina continues to reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves.
You reserve, right? Okay.
Yes?
Okay, all right. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Speaker advise how much time is remaining on both sides?
The gentleman from Virginia has 19 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 20 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Scott, for continuing to find ways to collaborate with his members and others to ensure that we respond to the crux of opportunity in America, and that is education. And I'm so grateful to be able to stand and support S1098 and to take this brief moment to thank my fellow alum, David Price, for being persistent in this legislation and serving the American people over the years, David, that you have done. I had a chance to get the second bite of the apple. David was here and then came back, and I've enjoyed every moment of his commitment to opportunities for Americans, including housing and transportation and homeland security over the years. And I certainly want to say to you that the American people are better for your service to this nation. Thank you so very much. I am grateful to finally be able to say, Chairman Scott, to a constituent who I saw over the weekend that called the number of the bill. Most times constituents don't know bill numbers. And they said, I need you to support S1098. And obviously, this is something so many of us have been looking to because we've heard this from our constituents. And I'm very grateful that this legislation now allows a married couple who has previously consolidated their federal student loans, because we are allowed to do that. Many people thought that was a good thing to do, to submit a joint application to the Department of Education to sever their loan, allowing each former spouse their proportional responsibility, which each former spouse would still be obligated for a share of the loan. Their share of responsibility would be benchmarked to the proportion of the debt that they brought into the consolidated loan. Without loan severance, if a spouse refuses to pay their share, the other spouse remains responsible for full payment. This is important legislation as it relates to divorce and domestic violence or economic abuse. Bearing the risks of the full responsibility for a consolidated loan after divorce can dramatically restrain a spouse from moving on with their life, for supporting their children, for getting a house, for feeling safe. The Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act also addresses the especially volatile situation of former relationships in which an individual was subjected to domestic or, as I said, economic abuse. As the sponsor of the Violence Against Women Act that worked for 5 years to get this bill passed, that became law in March of last year, I'm especially concerned about women who've experienced physical, mental, sexual, emotional, and psychological abuse at the hands of a spouse or partner. S198 allows them to separate from toxic relationships and get away from the economic abuse and retain or maintain their credit so that they can go forward. This can also apply to a male who may be suffering from the same situation. Two married borrowers of federal student loans could combine their debt in a single loan, but we can also come back now to ensure that they separate it. This is an important step forward. We enthusiastically...
Another minute.
This is an important step forward. We enthusiastically add this to the component of making sure under the Violence Against Women Act that there is expanded understanding of what happens when one spouse abuses another, or the idea of economic abuse. Just as an example, when one spouse is not being timely, is not being responsive, for whatever reasons is not able to be found, then the credit of the remaining spouse being dutiful is completely, if I might use the term, mutilated. And so I am eager to ensure that this bill is passed, and I'm certainly acknowledge the senator from the state of Texas, Senator Cornyn. We've worked together on other matters. Let everybody know this is bipartisan, and as well let everyone know that what we'll be doing is ensuring that people can restore their lives. They can stand up again and be able to pay their debt. And I guess as I finish, I'm stunned by people that don't want to see us move forward for people to pay their debt. You can pay their debt. Let us all support S 1098. With that, I yield back.
Woman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment to S 1098 would establish a more efficient process for separating joint consolidation loans to ensure timely relief for borrowers, protect victims of abuse seeking to sever their financial entanglement with their abuser, and protect taxpayers by ensuring that the Secretary's authority is narrowly tailored to help those in need. It allows borrowers to separate their loans immediately rather than having to apply for a new loan in the direct loan program, a process that could take as long as 18 months to implement. Moreover, it ensures that those who are victims of economic or domestic abuse can split their loans without opening up avenues for their abuser to game the system and inflict further harm on those we are trying to help. This is a common sense fix to a bill that all of us agree is well intended, but falls short of ensuring adequate safeguards for borrowers. S 1098 also fails to protect against the abuse of executive authority, something this administration has already proven it will happily do. If we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Education and Labor to consider my amendment to S 1098 to establish a more efficient process for separating joint consolidation loans to ensure timely relief for borrowers that need it. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to pass the amendment so we can provide timely relief to the borrowers who need it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank Mr. Scott as well for the outstanding job that he's done. Mr. Price, I don't know what more you can do. I really don't. It's bipartisan, it's bicameral, and by God, we ought to pass it. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close, and I reserve the balance of my time.
So the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is ready to close. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
I am ready to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to consider the solutions Republicans have put on the table. Borrowers wanting out of joint consolidated loans should have the opportunity to separate, but the method we use to get this done is important. S 1098, the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act, will take the department 12 to 18 months to implement, far too long for some borrowers who are in urgent need of help. This legislation could also backfire on the very borrowers we are all working to help. Additionally, this bill's sloppy and vague language could pave the way for even more federal power grabs over the student loan system. And given what we've seen from this administration, we cannot open any doors to further student loan debt schemes. Bottom line, S 1098 delays support for borrowers who need assistance immediately, cedes more control to the Education Secretary, and fails to protect the borrowers and taxpayers. I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act does not solve the student loan debt crisis, it takes another sensible step to help borrowers sever ties with loans that do not belong to them. This legislation also comes at a critical time when many borrowers seek relief under President Biden's recently announced loan cancellation program. Unfortunately, not all borrowers with joint consolidation loans are currently eligible for relief, even if they meet all other criteria. Simply put, by advancing the Joint Consolidation Loan Separation Act, we're providing borrowers with additional avenues of loan relief and ensuring survivors of domestic or economic abuse are not responsible for their spouses or former spouses' debt. Again, I want to thank Senator Warner of Virginia and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price, for their leadership on this legislation. I ask my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia yields back. So pursuant to House Resolution 1361, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 to authorize borrowers to separate joint consolidation loans.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion, please.
Ms. Fox moves to commit the bill, Senate 1098, to the Committee on Education and Labor.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion is not agreed to. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed.
Mr. Speaker.
Does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What's that? 1 minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with excitement to congratulate the Las Vegas Aces for winning the 2022 WNBA Finals. The Las Vegas Aces are the first Las Vegas-based team to bring home a professional sports championship. But even before winning the championship, this team was built for success, having the best regular season record this year. Forward Asia Wilson was named the WNBA Most Valuable Player for the second time in her career, and during the semifinals, point guard Chelsea Gray became the first player in WNBA history with more than 30 points and 10 assists in a playoff game. In her first year as head coach, Becky Hammond led this championship team with determination and poise. Congratulations to the Las Vegas Aces players, coaches, and leadership for this incredible victory. I look forward to celebrating this championship and the many more to come. Go Aces! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Forgive my getting organized. The floor's been moving a little faster than we expected. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, I'm going to try a couple things and try not to bore everyone out of their minds over the next hour. Some of what I'm going to touch on is going to be a little technical, part of it really cranky. I have a number of different boards, and they're going to try to hit different points in different orders. And I'll beg of staff, help me sort of get them all sort of stacked up right here if we could. First thing, I want to go to Geek Town for a moment, just to put something in perspective of a thing I've come to this floor since January, talking about inflation. Now, how many of you remember the discussions we were all having, actually it was being more had at us, that inflation was transitory? And now we sort of apologize, the Federal Reserve, the Treasury Secretary Yellen, hopefully the White House, so the White House seems to be disconnected from reality, that it's not transitory. If you saw the numbers that came out last Thursday, Friday, we have something called structural. What does that mean to anyone? Does this place even care to understand? So first, let's do the first bit of geeky. When you hear a discussion that the yield curve is inverted, how many of you immediately reach over to your television and go, oh God, I have the wrong channel on, and turn it off? It's not that complicated. It's a way of people using big words to try to sound smart. Inverted yield curve just means, hey, I expect over the next 2 years to have higher inflation, so the value of my dollar goes down faster than I do over the 10 years. That means if I buy a 10-year bond, I might be willing to take an interest rate here, but I expect inflation to be so high in the next 2 years, I want a higher interest rate. Because theoretically, it's real simple. When things take longer, you should have more risk and therefore want a higher interest rate. Why is this important to a conversation on the floor of the House? Go look on your favorite financial website right now. The 2 years has a higher interest rate than the 10-year. The 5 years has a higher interest rate than a 10-year. The 7-year has a higher interest rate than the 10-year. That is the markets telling you that they expect inflation to be with us for years. You also saw in the inflation report we received last week, you saw my brothers and sisters on the left, hey, energy prices are down, yay! Oh, why is the core inflation so high? Congratulations, you did it. Functionally 30 years of substantial stability in inflation, and we got ourselves a wage price spiral. We dumped so much money in functionally March 2001, so much money into the economy that it set off what's called a wage price spiral. Wages go up, you got to raise your prices. Well, if you raise your prices, you got to pay your workers more. Well, if you pay your workers more, you got to raise your prices. What happens when that becomes embedded into the structure of the economy? And energy goes up and down, and you know how many of our friends on the left keep saying, well, it's Ukraine. Of course, if you remove energy prices, you still have inflation built into the core. This is really, really horrible, dangerous, brutal. Does anyone here give a damn about poor people? Does anyone here care about the working middle class? Does anyone care about people trying to retire? You gotta understand the brutality. Because where's that money go? So I'm gonna show some boards here. I represent the Phoenix, Scottsdale area. I have the highest inflation in the continental United States. Still trying to figure out why Alaska has an urban zone that's higher than mine, but functionally, I have the highest inflation in the country. If you live and work in my community and did not have a pay hike, I'm going to show it and you're going to hear this multiple times. You now work for a month and a half for free. This place functionally taxed you. A month and a half of your labor has been stripped from you. And the money doesn't disappear. What happens is your wages become worth less purchasing, but that wealth transfer from you is actually a form of tax, because the $30 trillion over here of borrowed money your government has actually now gets to be paid back with dollars of less value. Whether you know it or not, if you're my neighbor in the Phoenix, Scottsdale area, you've been taxed out of a month and a half of your wages. And thank you. You helped to actually buy down the U.S. debt, because borrowers benefit from inflation, but people trying to save, people getting ready to buy a home, getting ready for retirement, people just trying to survive, get crushed. So if you listen to the floor the last couple days, how many times have you had someone come to this floor and actually show they even care? No, but we'll give some great speeches about, hey, 50 illegal crossers of our border got shipped to Martha's Vineyard. Oh, come to my state. That's like every few minutes. I'm a border state. Come down to Yuma with me. Let me show you what the hell's actually going on. But Washington, D.C., my brothers and sisters in the left, I'm still waiting for them to come behind these microphones and apologize for functionally what is the biggest tax in U.S. history. We're now rivaling what happened to this country in the late 70s, very early 80s. Except the crisis is much more complex now, and here's why. Yes, you had the wage spirals, the price spirals, the fuel spirals of the late 70s, but you had a beneficial demographics. You had lots of available workers. Today we have this crazy thing going on where our available work population, because of our demographics, my fear is the Federal Reserve is going to have to break the back of employment in this country to squeeze out inflation. Are we all ready for that? Because this legislature, this Congress, as Republicans, we've come behind these mics multiple times. I've introduced legislation saying, look, what is inflation? Inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods. You can do one of two things. You can squeeze the dollars out of society, so all that free money that the Democrats gave away over the last couple of years, raise interest rates, pull liquidity out, take it away. Or we can make more stuff. I'm going to show a couple boards here of what's happened to productivity the last couple quarters. We're crashing. Our productivity is crashing. When you do the fancy math and you are not making more stuff, it means what the Federal Reserve is going to have to do to us is more and more brutal. And I think actually some of the markets are actually starting to wake up the last couple days and start to understand the malfeasance, the economic malfeasance of this place. But then again, I sometimes wonder if I work with a bunch of people that don't own a calculator or didn't show up to their high school economics class, because this isn't that complicated. We use big fancy words. We do brilliant virtue signaling, but the math is brutal. And I think we need to wake up. When you saw what the president did, what was it, on 60 Minutes a couple days ago, complete disconnect from what's happening to the middle class and the poor going on in this country. So let's actually use a few boards here just to try to provide some textual facts to how this all works. Now, just trying to make a point, and this is, for myself. I represent the Phoenix, Scottsdale area. And now we have the highest inflation in the nation. So maybe if you're in a community that, hey, you only had 7%. My folks are breaking 13. Try being the working family that's trying to survive in a world where your purchasing power lost 13%. Your rents are still going up. Rents are eventually going to come down when the Federal Reserve has started to break the back of employment. That may be as much as 18 months away. We're finally starting to see our home prices start to tip a bit because, a first deed of trust, first mortgage these days is now well over 6% if it's a conforming loan. But it is fascinating. It's also the communities that have had some of the greatest economic prosperity because there's people moving there that also seem to be suffering the highest inflation. But when you start to actually look at some of the drivers, and this is, July 21 to July 22. Okay, energy, hey, it's 2.7% of that inflation. But start to add in shelter, start to add in energy, start to add in and come back up here, and all the other things. And this is the stuff right here, this, and food. Just skip the energy portion. And that's why we're making the argument, and you saw it in the CPI data this last week. It's now structural. It's now structural. And at some point, if I lose my mind, I'm going to talk about what happens now that the U.S. dollar is going up. And remember, why does the U.S. dollar now starting to go up? I know we're geeking out, and our interest rates are going up. If you're in a country over here saying, hey, I can put money into a U.S. dollar-denominated bond and get this high interest rate, I'm going to pull my money out of this country and put it over here. Okay, so now there's a hunger to convert to dollars, raising the value of the dollar, okay? But do understand, we're now exploiting our inflation around the world. So the crappy economics this place did, now you're kicking the rest of the world's head in. So we often talk about how much we care about the poor, how much we care about the poor around the world. Does anyone understand here when we blow up our own economics, we export our bad policy? It's very much like when we did the tax reform, the very end of 2017, because we did so many things right and boosted economic growth so substantially, and GDP growth, and lowered income inequality, and all those good things were happening here in the United States. The World Bank actually raised worldwide GDP projections because when we got our economics right, the rest of the world actually got less poor. Well, now you're seeing the other side of the coin. When we get our economics wrong, we also export misery. And some of these charts you've all seen before. I've had them here on the floor. And it's just basically trying to show, just look at this line here. This is functionally what's happening to your ability to afford things. And you'll notice it happened functionally almost the day this place had unified leftist control. When the Democrats took control of the White House, had already control of the Senate and the House of Representatives, and they pushed through their policies, you can almost see, hey, policies change. And yes, look at the time of the pandemic, but at least when it came to your purchasing power, your ability to survive, it was fairly stable. And this line coming down here, that collapse, that's thanks to you for Democrat policies. And we've been trying it. If anyone has a suggestion on a better way we could do this, I'm trying to visually come up with some way, because we're often engaged in sort of a malpractice here. We use big fancy words. We talk about, well, I have 13% inflation in my Phoenix market. And I've been trying to find a way to describe what that actually means to a working family. So that's where we came up with this concept of saying, do you realize how many days of your labor you've lost? And then we've tried to doing where you'd also adjust it for, what does gasoline prices cost? How many days of labor do you lose for higher gasoline prices? If anyone has a suggestion how graphically we can sort of show, here's the labor you lost just because of higher fuel prices. But here's the labor you lost just because of what's happened in my area, air conditioning prices. In your area, it might be heating. You're going to have a fun winter for those of you who don't live in the desert. But also our core inflation. We've been trying to do things like show a calendar. Is there another way you can help the American people understand the stress they're feeling? For some reason, there's a lot less, what's the old saying, a lot less month left instead of cash at the end of the month? It's real. It's pervasive. And there also needs to be an understanding. The inflation that this place set off this last year will be part of our economics for a decade or two. So if you're the person thinking about retiring a decade from now, I sure hope you're re-looking at everything you need. How many dollars you have to set aside, what's your housing, what's your health care. Because you got to also understand, there's some inputs here. So let's say if the mean inflation in the country is 8-9%. Health care in the country is functionally running double that. Are you ready to have your copay on your future health care be double what it is today? Because that's what's coming at you. So yes, the Democrats have pushed a subsidy bill on drug prices, but that doesn't cover the fact that inflation's about to come kick your head in. And once again, it's just also reaching into the general fund, putting it over here. We're going to borrow the money. We're going to find some way to tax it from you or tax it from my kids. And you know the world has changed. And let's see if I can actually find some of these to make it a little easier. But when you start to realize, when even the left-wing talking head Democrat apologists who hold economics degrees are basically standing up and talking about the misery the Democrat policies have brought to this country. So let's see, we had Jason Furman. How many of you have ever seen Jason Furman say a single nice thing about a Republican? Of course not. He basically makes his living berating those of us on the right and basically defending Democrat policies. When the math has gotten so ugly, he can no longer defend what Democrats have done to people in this country. The median CPI, which excludes all the large changes in either direction and is a better predictor by labor markets slack. Now this is important trying to get here. Jason Furman is basically trying to help you understand that when you're busting through a 9.5% annual rate in August, the single highest monthly print in the data sets, which started in 1983. I don't mean this to be disjointed. I want it to sort of become crisp. When the core of inflation is functionally higher than any time it's been published since 1983. How old were you in 1983? Do you remember the level of misery? Congratulations. This is what the policies around this place did. And if you get a clown that's trying to say, oh, it's Ukraine, it's this and that. No, it's not. This stuff was in the futures market long before. Do you remember a year ago, September, when the futures markets on energies and those things were blowing off the charts? That was telling you this was coming. But that would require some economic literacy. And look, I accept some of this is geeking out. When you start to try to do CPI and core CPI, the simple point of a chart like this is it's not like, hey, we had this huge fluctuation of fuel prices, but everything else was fairly normal. Sorry, it's not. This is my Phoenix area. And when you start to realize that my folks are living with over 13%, it might be a reason why a lot of us from the West are incredibly cranky. Because we're getting now, just now, the announcements of how much our electricity is going to be going up. For the rest of you in the country, you know, we're about to hit our lovely time of the year. When the temperature comes down, we're not running our air conditioners. You're all getting ready to turn on your heat. Have you set aside, have all of you in the colder states, have you started to budget your money for what's about to hit you in your heating bills? You know, and for my brothers and sisters on the left, you better hope that it doesn't hit cold before the election day, before your folks start to see their power bills. Just sort of making the point, food prices continue to increase, with food at home having the largest annual increase since the end of the 70s. Now, I was in high school in the late 70s. I'm willing to admit it, and fashion was pretty horrible and inflation was worse. I remember watching my president get up on television wearing a sweater, explaining that we were going to have to live poor. I remember this old guy running for president who was actually optimistic, saying, hey, if we open up our reserves and natural gas and those things, we'll live better. That was also one of the great ironies that one of the oldest, I think the oldest candidate running for president in history, that Ronald Reagan, had the biggest portion of young people voting for him. And it was because of optimism. I desperately want to get behind this microphone and demonstrate optimism. I have a 7-year-old and 11-week-old at my age. That's being pathologically optimistic. I want my little boy, my little girl to have an amazing American life. You know, the American dream is not some sort of piece of rhetoric to me. It is what we're structurally, a gift we're given. And the math is horrendous. My 11-week-old son that just came to us as a surprise. In 30 years, so he's entering sort of the beginning of his peak earning years, the United States will have, on today's dollars, on today's math, without inflation calculated in it, this is from CBO a couple of weeks ago, and they had not put inflation, long-term inflation into this math, $128 trillion of borrowed money in today's dollars. 128 trillion borrowed money in today's dollars. So of course, this place is fixated on how we're going to save that next generation, how we're going to create economic prosperity, economic growth, because growth is moral. Oh, sorry, I take that back. It's moral to some of us. Control, power, voting out $4 trillion of borrowing since this White House, since this unified Democrat government, with a stunning amount of that money being transferred in subsidies to people that vote for them. And they don't demonstrate even a hoot of caring for survival of people who are going to be in retirement. For these young people, that's another Congress's problem. if this place had a soul, we would be fixated day on day of day of what we're going to do to make more stuff to bend inflation so the Federal Reserve doesn't have to break the back of people's lives. Of a future where instead of having the debate of, hey, Obamacare, let's subsidize things more, the Republican alternative, which was also a subsidy bill, screw that. Why don't we do something that's rational? Maybe we should change the price of healthcare, adopt technology, cure things. And look, I've done dozens of presentations here on the economics of cures, the economics of technology disruptions in healthcare. And yes, it means you have to say no to armies of lobbyists. It's also the only mathematical way I can find you save this place, save this country, save this experiment, save my little boy's economic future, my little girl's future. But we're not going to do it because it doesn't hand huge amounts of power and control to the left. It's not a check from government to someone that's going to turn around and write one political party a check. And it is that cynical. So what do? We're going to watch cable television for a couple days, complain about 50 migrants who illegally crossed into the country showing up in Martha's Vineyard. Because, well, that's easy to understand. It's good television. At the same day, you got how much poorer that day because of inflation. You got that much closer to Social Security having no money left in the trust fund. That $128 trillion I just mentioned to you, every dime from the $30 trillion borrowing we're at today to that $128 trillion, the model says every dime of that increased borrowing, 75% is Medicare, 25% is Social Security, the rest of the budget's in balance. Okay, the problem's right in front of us. Let's do something bold and fix Social Security, except the Social Security proposals around here are absurd. There are some things we can do where you don't do taxes in a mechanism where you actually slow the economy down and therefore lose much of the economic growth you were trying to fix to be able to have revenues in FICA. And then the revolution I've talked about so many times here on the floor of disruption of cure diseases. And I don't mean this to sound like a non sequitur, but it ties in. Diabetes is basically a third of all healthcare spending. Type 2, really complex. Some genetic, a lot of it lifestyle. But we help fund it through how we do the Farm Bill and other things. We know there's been a breakthrough. It's only like a half a dozen people. And it's very short term, so we don't have the longer latitudinal data, who've been cured of type 1. Think about the hundreds of billions of dollars this place basically was handing out, that we all know we're going to be here a year from two holding hearings on how much of it was stolen, wasted, handed out to political cronies and favoritism. Could you imagine if we took a fraction of those dollars and said, well, diabetes is 31% of all Medicare spending, it's 33% of all healthcare spending, maybe having the revolution of a cure there, really hard. Oh, by the way, it's also the single biggest thing you could do for U.S. sovereign debt and the future economic growth of the country, because it turns out when we look at poverty, the number of our brothers and sisters who are really below the poverty line, I have some members here, oh, it's racism. Oh, it's education. Turns out, health. Health may be the number one component. Grandma just had her foot cut off because of diabetes. What does that do to the entire family structure's ability to participate in the economy? Maybe the moral discussion, I represent a tribal community that has the second highest per capita diabetes in the world. Number one's right down the street, it's the sister tribe. If you actually cared, having a disruptive conversation of, screw it, we're going to find a way to have this health revolution because it's great economics. It's also moral, it's compassionate, it's loving. And saying we're going to build one more clinic. We're going to build more clinics. That's compassion? We're going to help teach you how to live with your misery when there's a path for a cure? It's just that optimism that should be part of the ethos of what we are. Maybe it doesn't raise us political money. Maybe it's not good campaigns. Maybe it's beyond our intellectual comprehension around here. I mean, God knows the intellectual gravitas of this place is just almost become trite when you hear the debates and the discussions we have on the floor. But the economics are sound. The compassion is noble. And it's actually the right thing to do. And yet, I can't tell you, I've been doing this, for a few years now. The poor staff here who's had to listen to these speeches and watch me hold up these boards and then try to scribe it down, which I apologize when I do the machine gun talking. There is a path here, but I'm trying to find a couple of the slides that are just terrifying me right now. And I accept the media, excuse me, the Democrat propagandists, media, same thing, don't want to talk about inflation, what it does to people. Don't want to talk about what it does to retirees and young couples and those things, but because it's not going to help their friends win. But maybe understanding it, maybe actually having it be written about in a moral aspect, moral discussion of what we're doing to working families in this country might actually get some of us off our heinies to come here and do things saying, hey, you do realize there's policy we can engage in. And naming a piece of legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, when it does no such thing. When it comes back being scored as, hey, several years from now, it's still borrowing money. And the way the Democrats were scoring, saying, well, we get inflation reduction by taxing people and yanking money out of the economy by lowering productivity, taking their money away. Oh, by the way, all the savings in it is in the future years, and it's all gimmicks. And that's not me talking. That's actually liberal groups that were scoring the bill that were outraged on the fake economics. And you start looking at this growing divergence, the split of inflation in metro areas and other parts of the country. I mean, San Francisco, where you now have people abandoning it, has only about 5.7% inflation. Where they're coming to, places like my community, I'm busting through 13. Can you see why I'm concerned? I'm looking for a chart, and my fear is I don't have it here, maybe in the piles over there. There was data out about 10 days ago talking about productivity. Now, who knows what productivity is? Okay, the way they do the model, the people that score this, they basically say, hey, we have this many workers, and those workers produce this many units of production. Okay, and we've been doing this modeling for a very long time. And it's really good for the economy when a worker actually produces more every day than they did the day before. And that's not just because, hey, they made the production line go faster. It's because we got the tax code right, so they did investments. Ah, you did find it. Thanks. So one of the amazing things that happened after the 2017 tax reform is we did something called expensing in it. Now, part of that expensing, you actually got to take, I'm going to geek out, the last quarter of 2017, so that's why there's this sudden lift in the end of 2017, even before the tax reform was done, because we did something retrospectively. And then the next couple of years, boom, you saw all this capital coming back in from the rest of the world because we fixed the international repatriation incentives to bring money back to the country. And then we said, if you will go buy a piece of equipment that will make you faster, better, cleaner, more productive, we're going to let you, instead of depreciating it over the next decade, we're going to let you take it on day one. And yes, we take a big hit today on tax receipts, but eventually that was going to happen on the tax receipts. It just happens over a longer time. But we take it today, but here's the catch. We get a sudden pop of productivity, so there's more economic activity, and those new step-ups in activity mean we get more tax revenues in the next couple of years. And guess what happened? Speech after speech after speech of our brothers and sisters on the left. This is a giveaway to the rich. It's a giveaway to big corporations. Tax revenues, we're heading. I have quotes from a half a dozen members, senior Democrat members here, who told us we were going to go into depression because what the Republicans did in tax reform. And guess what happened? Within a year, the poor started getting less poor. The middle class got much more prosperous. Income inequality started to shrink. Food insecurity shrank. And tax receipts, corporate tax receipts grew. How's that possible? Because it turns out getting the tax and regulatory code meant investments in things that made us more productive. When you make society more productive, what are the two ways you get paid more? Inflation, which just means you're getting compensated for really bad public policy. The dollar is worth less, so we're going to pay you more so you just hold even. When your paycheck goes up for inflation, you didn't gain anything. The other thing economics tells you is you pay people more because being more productive. And that productivity is absolutely necessary if we're going to survive our demographic curve, if we're going to make our promises on Social Security and Medicare. You've got to understand it. All this has to work together. You've got to do everything from immigration policy to environmental policy to tax policy to regulatory policy. You've got to get all these things right. But instead, we're going to just do the trite around here, and we're going to do great virtue signaling. And why this board is important is the quarters now where we're starting to see Democrat policy kick in, we're having an absolute crash of productivity. So you're saying, but we have all these people working. Okay. But the math is the math. They may be working, but something's going on out there. And maybe this is the phasing out of the expensing, which was part of the tax reform. We're trying to make it, some on our side are trying to make it permanent. Democrats oppose it. But this is really bad. You need this to look very, very different. Even if you just cared about inflation, productivity is one of your cures. If you get someone here who says Congress doesn't have influence, this is about monetary supply, and it's the Federal Reserve, yeah, it is. My argument is when we pump out spending that's going to require borrowing, and the Federal Reserve basically acts like our daddy who indemnifies us from really stupid policy and buys up our debt, we're functionally creating monetary policy by our profligate spending. And instead of putting those dollars into things that change productivity, change people's ability to survive and have wealth and economically grow and therefore bend the inflation curve, we did just the opposite. We handed out money at one point to encourage people to stay home. And somewhere here, I think I have the Larry Summers chart that, remember, a couple years ago, Larry Summers was like an absolute hero of the left. Great academics, well-spoken, well-respected, and then he made the sin of saying, please don't do this. Dumping another $1.9 trillion on the economy when you're not asking people to either step up their skills or actually participate in the economy. Please don't do this. And all of a sudden the left, as they do because he didn't engage in sort of the theater of virtue signaling, turned on him. Oh, he's evil, he's bad. Well, it turns out he was right. The amount of misery these crappy economics have created to people in this country the number of people who are poor. One of the projects we're working on in our office is functioning in a decade. The Social Security Trust Fund runs out of money, 12 and a half years. And we haven't calculated in the inflationary cycle yet. That wasn't part of the trustees' report. Okay. Let's say this place continues to do what it does, which is nothing, and we don't fix it. With the cost of everything being higher, even though you've had the Social Security COLAs, but now you got to still pay your health care co-pays, which are inflation at double the rate, you may be heading towards doubling the number of senior Americans who are in poverty. So the number of members here who are getting behind the microphone saying, oh, this is just transitory. It's Putin's tax hike. It's the evil oil companies. No, it's crappy policy. Larry Summers and others told you it was. They told you this was coming. Try to continue to virtue signal or blame other people. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask for time?
The gentleman has 20 minutes remaining.
So, Madam Speaker, 1-5?
20.
20,
20.
sorry. I need to listen better. I'll do my very best not to use up that time. I'm not even sure I should do this one to all of you. We'll come back to that previous one and see if we can make more sense. So let's see. The left has been in control here for, what are we, about 18 months? So since President Biden was sworn in, anyone off the top of your head, before looking at the slide, how much has been added to the deficit? So under unified Democratic control, how much have we borrowed? Remember, you have a president who almost gleefully gets behind a microphone and says, I've lowered. Well, that's because some of the borrowing during the pandemic was insane. We've borrowed $4.8 trillion. And here's some of the things, the rescue plan, the omnibus, you start to add in just the growth of spending. And then what's fascinating is we're now finally starting to see some of these charts that have interest. One of the reasons I wanted to touch on that, you do realize our borrowing costs today have almost doubled. Actually, I think they've more than doubled since the day President Biden was sworn in. There is a model out there that says if you had a 2-point higher interest rate on U.S. sovereign debt over function, I think the model was 25 years. 2-point higher. Do you understand? We're 2 points plus higher right now, but if that were to be sustained for about 25 years, at the end of that 25 years, every dime of tax receipts from this government pays nothing but interest. Now back to the slide where I was fixated on productivity and economic growth. Are you getting the pitch? If we would stop the clown show and start to fixate on things that help people, and is helping people really Republican or Democrat? Because this place isn't doing it. We subsidize people. We sure hand out a hell of a lot of checks. But almost none of that makes society healthier and more productive. There is a path. And when you start to see things like this and realize when we factor in the new interest rates, the amount of just the financing, just the financing on $4.8 trillion of additional borrowing we've done in the last 18 months. When the 2-year today was 3.5? Still going up? Why isn't there a sense of worry around here? I mean, you all walk around with these cell phones, there's calculators on them. And this was just an attempt, and I know the slide is noisy. We were just trying to work in what are the components of GDP now. If right now, let's see if I can make this make sense. If you're crazy enough to have been watching this, there's an app you can go to right now and download it. It's from the Atlanta Federal Reserve. It's called GDP Now. And what they try to do is take data sets as they come out, and it's a formula. It's pure math. This isn't like the New York Fed, which actually does attitudinal things and sort of purchasing attitudes and savings attitudes. GDP Now is just cold, hard math. And this was an attempt to just try to show, hey, here's some of the components and GDP Now's real GDP calculator and what's going on. Because as you know, GDP in the first quarter came in negative. But there were genuinely some timing and some energy effects in that one. But GDP Now and the GDP in second quarter came in negative. And that one was, well, it looks like it's structural. As of about 2 hours ago, the GDP Now web app you can put on your phone. A couple weeks ago, they thought this quarter was going to be about a 2.5% growth rate, which would have been nice. It sort of meant, hey, the fall of economic expansion looks like it had bent and was coming back up. As of a couple hours ago, now it's fallen all the way down to 0.3 with negative bias, meaning these inputs that the Atlanta Fed is using continue to fall. I'm going to predict we're heading into a third negative GDP quarter. Now, are we going to have the same argument that we had last quarter? Well, technically, 2 negative quarters is not a recession. Technically, we have this little committee over here, and they decide if it's a recession. So we spent a week trying to decide, should we call it a recession? Could we say we're not in a recession? And my attitude was, who cares? How about we do something it would be much more compassionate? Let's go talk to the family down the street that's just trying to survive and ask them how they're doing. So I'm going to get up here and geek out on the components that actually go into a GDP calculator. My real request is this place functionally start to understand the crappy policies we've made the last 18 months. We can reverse course. We can do things policy-wise that get economic growth, get productivity, produce hydrocarbons, produce the things that are components for prosperity, or we can continue to functionally export misery, not only throughout our country, but throughout the world, because that's what we've done. Because be prepared. In a couple weeks, you're going to find out we've had another quarter of negative growth. We're going to have the press and the Democrats say, oh, but that's not a real definition of a recession. That's a committee over here. Let's talk about migrants being shipped to, and instead, we will do everything we can to understand the scale of the economic dislocation that policy around here has done in the last year and a half. And understand, Republicans, we're going to take the majority of this House this November. My math, from what I can see policy-wise, even though we controlled everything, it's going to take years to fix. Because remember the opening here? I tried to explain something, and that was called the yield curve. When you have an inverted yield curve, what does it mean? It's not that complicated. My 2-year T-bill, and so I give you money to hold a 2-year Treasury bond, full faith and credit of you, the taxpayers, or a 5-year, a 7-year. All those are paying higher interest rates. than if you bought a 10-year. That lets you know the markets now believe inflation is here for years and years and years. And the data on these boards now says inflation is here for years and years and years and years. How much policy do you see coming from our brothers and sisters in the majority, demonstrating they care enough to actually take on the misery? Are we just going to engage in the political theater, the virtue signaling to survive the next election cycle? Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I apologize for the discombobulation of not having the board set up, but with that I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Let's give her time. Did he say 17, 11 week you? Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to give all members 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material during this special hour.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, I rise this afternoon to hold this special order on a very important issue. It's an issue about abortion access in the military. I thank my colleagues for joining me in elevating their voices on the experience of our troops who are terrified that they will be stationed in a state where they cannot control their bodies. The Supreme Court decision in Dobbs overturned 50 years of precedent recognizing the constitutional right to an abortion. The court stated that their opinion merely returned the issue of abortion rights to the states and that women can vote for whom they wish to represent their values. But service members don't have that right. They don't get to choose where they live. This leaves 230,000 servicewomen who could be ordered to a state that forces them to stay pregnant even under circumstances where they have been raped. Because that's what some of the states in this grand union have decided is the law of the land in their state. Let me tell you that this is going to have profound impacts on the issues that really are of great concern to us who oversee the military right now. Recruitment is down, retention is a problem, and readiness is a problem. That's only going to be exacerbated by having the situation where these servicewomen who become pregnant are going to have to travel long distances to get an abortion. Access to abortion has long been a struggle for women in the military, especially those overseas and our junior enlisted with lower incomes. The Dobbs decision has just made matters worse. This map right here shows all the states in red that have basically prohibited abortions for all intents and purposes. Now, 1 in 4 women will have an abortion sometime during their reproductive years. We now look at the fact that women in the military have a 22% higher incidence of unintended pregnancies than women who are in the civilian world. So now let's look at this. There are actually 28 128 military installations in these red states. Of those 128 installations that will prohibit abortion, 80,000 service women are in bases in those states. The vast majority of those women are of childbearing age. Now, the RAND study that was recently commissioned estimated that there are 4,000 service women every year that are getting abortions. Now, of those 4,000 women, service women who will get abortions, 40% of them are in states that have severely restricted or no access to abortion. Now, look at this. You have a situation, if you're in Louisiana or Mississippi, look how far you're going to have to travel, how many states you're going to have to travel through to get to a blue state where you can access an abortion. Privates in the military make about $2,000 a month. Most of the abortions will happen to young service members. A typical cost, not including travel, to get the medication abortion is $568. To have a first trimester procedural abortion, it's $625. And a second trimester abortion is $775. For a service member who must travel for an abortion, for example, from the state of Texas to Kansas, let's say, with a 2-night stay in a hotel, the expected cost is $1,100 or more. That's almost half of the monthly salary for a typical junior enlisted service member. You know, in July, we had the very first hearing ever in the House Armed Services Committee on Abortion Access. 2 courageous active duty women who have served in the military, each for over 20 years. So they have excelled. They are officers in the military or non-commissioned officers in the military. And they have been so good that they've been retained in the military and promoted. Let me tell you their stories. Teresa spoke of how her abortion as a junior enlisted enabled her 20-year career in the Air Force. She used her entire paycheck to cover the cost of the abortion, and her next paycheck to reimburse her friend for the gas money for driving her to the facility. Another service member, whose name is Sharon, spoke of getting an abortion because she wasn't ready to have another child. Let's remember that 59% of the women who get abortions in this country are already mothers. I was one of them. She and her partner were going to drive to Georgia, but then they learned it had a mandatory waiting period law. So then they ended up traveling all the way to New York City. And she accredits that abortion for her 24 years of active duty in the military. Now, I have more to say, but I'm going to yield now to my great colleague, who is one of the co-chairs of the Democratic Women's Caucus, and access her how much time she may consume.
Thank you. You want me to go here? Okay. I'm going to use my poster.
Yours is over here. Yours is different.
You can hold it. Hey, who wants to hold this? Are you going to hold this? You want to hold it? You want me to have someone hold it? Okay. Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Congressman Spear, for yielding and for your great leadership on this issue and so many that affect our women in the military. I also want to start with a shout out to Congressman Takano and Brownlee for their work on getting veterans the health care they need. Congressman Spear, I join you and millions of Americans who believe that a woman should be able to make her own decision about her reproductive care, her life, and her future. And here's the thing. Abortion is health care, and the decision to seek an abortion is deeply personal. It's a decision that should be made by a woman with her doctor or with people she trusts, not by politicians, not by the governors, not by a state legislature, people who have no insight into her circumstance. And today, we're taking the opportunity to focus on the importance of reproductive freedom for members of our military. And I believe, as you pointed out, there's over 200,000 active women service members that serve our nation, 80,000 residing in the over 100 military bases in this country, bases dominated by men. And most of these women are young, they're fresh out of high school or college, they've never been away from home, and they have hopes and dreams, and they're filled with pride and excitement. And sadly, they're entering an environment where sexual assault is rampant. And just ask Sarah, who was stationed at Fort Hood, Texas. This was just a few years ago. She was raped at a party attended by military personnel. At that point, in those days, she was able to opt for an abortion, and she was able to drive. She had been at Fort Hood, Texas. She was able to drive to a Planned Parenthood nearby. But now that the Republican-controlled Supreme Court has made a dastardly, that's sort of a polite way to express it, dastardly decision to restrict access to abortion, what would be the option for Sarah or any of the women stationed in American bases where the states have either banned or restricted abortion? And I have a similar map, Representative Spear, to the one you showed. So the dark-colored, where there's dark colors on the state, I'll call it red. I'm going to call it Magna Red. The Magna Red states. And those are states that either have banned or are restricting or severely restricting or in the process of restricting access to abortion. There's about 27 of those in this country. Now take a look. Those little dots, black dots, that represents the military bases in this country. And just take a look. I'm going to have to, Madam Speaker, move to my map. Well, what if you're in a base? If you're based deep in Texas, in Mississippi, Alabama, even in Florida, where do you go? Where do you go? The map tells a story. So we know that Sarah would have had to drive 9 hours from Fort Hood just to get to New Mexico. And make no mistake, Madam Speaker, make no mistake that the Republican-appointed Supreme Court, the Magna Republican state legislatures, have declared a war on women. So we're here today, we're saying this. Our patriotic women, they leave their homes, their family, and their friends to serve our country. They signed up to be pilots and engineers and medics, not forced pregnancy forced by Magna Republicans. We trust them with Black Hawks, with firearms, logistics. We must trust them to make their own medical decisions about their lives and give them access to the health care they deserve. They are standing up for our freedom, and we must stand up for theirs. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman for her powerful comments. You know, on top of everything else, we passed one law, which was the Hyde Amendment, which said you can't use federal funds for medical abortion. So Medicaid was not made available for that purpose. But many states have decided to cover it anyway. But that wasn't enough for the Congresses some years ago. They decided that we would ban any abortion at a military treatment facility except for rape, incest, in the life of the mother. So that means a service member can't go to the military treatment facility on their base, get the abortion, and pay for it themselves. We make them jump through hoop after hoop after hoop. And then we ask ourselves, why do we have a recruitment problem? I think it's pretty obvious. So now I want to yield to my colleague on the HAS committee and on the Military Personnel Subcommittee and a former service member to comment on this issue as well. Congresswoman Houlihan from the state of Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Yes, over here. Madam Speaker, as a former servicewoman and a veteran myself, I rise today in support of our current and future servicewomen and their fundamental freedoms. The Dobbs decision has already had a devastating effect on women across this country. According to a recent RAND study, 37% of servicewomen who were pregnant within the year of the study had an unintended pregnancy. Now, nearly half of all active duty servicewomen live in states that have severely curtailed abortion access. And this is devastating, of course. Access to abortion care is essential to a woman's health, and it's central to her economic and social well-being. Servicewomen who live in states that have banned or restricted abortion now must incur the expenses that are necessary to travel to receive medical care, and they must now go to their commands to ask for permission to travel. Their military personnel records are automatically updated in a system showing that they are pregnant. Pregnant servicewomen are afforded no medical privacy, and they face the knowledge that their colleagues and their commanders will know if they have to travel to seek an abortion. With this vital health care out of reach for some and far too difficult to access for others, the consequences are widespread and they are tangible, not just to women's lives, but to this nation. Our military readiness, our retention, our recruitment are all in jeopardy. Our service members put their lives on the line every day defending our freedoms, and now we must clearly defend theirs. For military and many, military service is not only a call to serve a purpose greater than themselves, but it is also, frankly, a path to economic stability and to educational opportunities. To those who say that this is a theoretical argument, let me tell you the story of a fellow airman, an airwoman. Air Force Major Teresa Mazzillo from our Commonwealth of Pennsylvania just reached the milestone of 20 years of military service. Her promotion to Lieutenant Colonel is just in a couple months, and I want to extend my gratitude and congratulations on her receiving this tremendous milestone, reaching this tremendous milestone. As a result of the Dobbs decision, she bravely came forward and she shared this with us. When she was a junior enlisted service member, making only $550 every 2 weeks and living in the dorms, she had an abortion. She was 21 years old and joined the Air Force for the economic and educational opportunities it provided, like many people do. Safe and legal access to an abortion allowed her to continue her military service and her training commitments without disruption. This decision to utilize vital reproductive health care helped her to establish a dedicated career in our military and to serve this great nation. A decision that today might no longer be hers to make. A decision that will no longer be available to the 84,000 servicewomen and thousands of spouses and military family members who live in states where safe access to abortion is now illegal or severely restricted. Today, over 42% of the military is comprised of our most junior service members. And today, most junior enlisted service members make a little over $2,000 a month. Can you imagine being forced to become a parent when you only make a little over $2,000 a month, live in a dormitory with no economic support, no established housing, and likely no family nearby, and looming military obligations as well? As I mentioned, I'm a very proud Air Force veteran, in fact, a third-generation member of the military. My military service was pivotal to my own personal and professional growth, and I rely on lessons I learned in active duty service and as the child of an active duty member every single day of my life. We must ensure that women continue to have opportunities to serve in our military without losing control of their own bodies. We must ensure that every service woman is afforded the same privacy and bodily autonomy as her peers are. We must ensure that every service woman and military family member has safe and legal access to abortion care, regardless of where they're stationed. The economic consequences of being forced to become a parent are, for many, insurmountable. Regardless of a woman's reason to end a pregnancy, we cannot simply abide by an environment where a service woman is given less bodily autonomy than her male counterpart is. Women are a vital part of our military. In our renewed strategic environment and with ongoing recruitment and retention challenges across the military, we simply cannot afford to discourage women from entering military service in service of this nation. And we must remember that no one has the right to interfere with a person's ability to make decisions about their own health and their own well-being. So I ask my colleagues to stand with me and with many of us here on the dais today on behalf of our nation's service women. With that, I thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman for her service then and for her service now. You know, her comments about young service women just out of high school or college who find themselves pregnant and seek an abortion reminds me of a story that I heard at a base here in the United States of a young single mother servicewoman who was struggling to take care of her young daughter, in part because the child care, she was lucky enough to have child care at that particular base. Many of our bases are impacted with long waiting lists, but she actually had a slot. But the child care center didn't open until 6 o'clock, and she had to be at physical training and exercises at 5:30. So she was always juggling that situation. Imagine if you're not even prepared to have a child and you're forced to give birth to that child and have to cope with all those additional issues as well. With that, let me offer another colleague on the Military Personnel Subcommittee and a fellow Californian, a great member of our freshman class, Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs from the great state of California, to consume how much time as she seems appropriate.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman Spear, for your leadership today and your leadership on this issue. It has been truly incredible to learn and serve under you. I'm so proud to represent San Diego's vibrant and diverse military community in Congress and on the House Armed Services Committee. And when I go home and talk to my constituents, they ask me what I'm doing to make sure their loved ones are taken care of, that they're going to be safe, not just when they're deployed abroad, but when they're here at home. And I have to look these families in the eye and tell them that right now, their loved ones who do so much to serve and sacrifice for our country will not necessarily have safe housing, affordable childcare, and quality health care, including reproductive health care. We owe our service members so much more. Because even though they volunteered to serve in our armed services, they didn't volunteer to give up their reproductive rights. Decisions about if, when, and how to have a family belong to our service members, not the Supreme Court or elected officials. And taking away these fundamental rights doesn't just hurt these individuals. It hurts our military readiness, recruitment and retention, and morale, putting our national security in jeopardy. With 40% of active duty servicewomen having very limited or zero access to abortion services where they're stationed, our military's ability to adapt to evolving conflicts and challenges is severely compromised. I'm proud to be from California, where abortion is currently safe and legal. But not everyone is lucky enough to be stationed in California. As of July, about 84,000 service women were stationed at a base located in a state with a trigger law, and with new abortion bans going into effect, that number will only grow. No matter where you live or are stationed, no matter how much money you make, you should have access to abortion. And the truth is that none of us can take our existing state laws for granted, because a Republican majority in Congress or a Republican president will push for a national abortion ban. And this isn't even a secret. They literally already introduced it. And we also need to remember that even before the Supreme Court took away our constitutional right to abortion, service members faced huge barriers to accessing necessary reproductive health care. DoD already couldn't provide or pay for abortions in most circumstances, and service members looking for care off base were limited by restrictions on travel. And after jobs abortion access is even harder for service members. They can't freely take off days from work, and many can't afford to travel the thousands of miles and pay out of pocket to receive the care they need and deserve. This is unacceptable. We have a responsibility to ensure our service members have access to the care they need. That's why I joined my friend Congresswoman Spear to introduce the March for Service Members Act, which would allow military medical treatment facilities to provide abortion services and permit the military to cover the associated cost. And it's why I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Access to Reproductive Care for Service Members Act, introduced this week by Congressman Crow and Congresswoman Spear. This crucial legislation would ensure that leave requests to seek an abortion are confidential and approved without delay, and push to have DoD provide travel reimbursement for those seeking abortion care. None of these solutions are radical. They're not extreme. All they do is empower and support our service members to make their own healthcare decisions. And when we've already asked our service members to put their lives on the line for our freedom, we cannot and should not take away theirs. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman for her outstanding comments and for her great leadership that she has already demonstrated. I now would like to invite my colleague from the state of Massachusetts, Congressman Seth Moulton, a great American leader who has served his country a number of ways in a number of situations, certainly in the military and now as a member of Congress.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from California for her incredible leadership on this and so many other issues on the House Armed Services Committee. You've truly built a legacy, which will be hard to repeat. So thank you. Signing up for the military is a sacrifice. In return, our service members should never have to worry about their own health care being criminalized by the very country they have volunteered to defend. But for an estimated 5,000 to 7,400 active duty service members and DoD civilians who find themselves in need of an abortion each year, this is exactly what could happen. Thousands serve in states they did not choose. Many of these places now deem abortion a criminal act. So what happens next? Many of my colleagues would just simply suggest take leave and travel to a state that provides abortions. Are we going to force service members to disclose a sexual assault to justify leave? What about those who aren't authorized to travel due to training status? What about women with complications who need emergency services? 40% of active duty service women in the U.S. could now be faced with significant challenges accessing critical health care in the wake of the Dobbs decision. 40%. And let me be clear, there will be an operational impact on military recruitment and retention. The Department of Defense must defend all of its service members. We entrust these brave young Americans with the toughest life and death decisions. We ought to trust them to make their own health care decisions, too. This is not only a human right, but it is a matter of national security. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman for those outstanding comments. Another member who has shown incredible leadership on the House Armed Services Committee. I now welcome my good friend and colleague on the House Armed Services Committee, who again has shown leadership in the military, in service, and in Congress as well, and the author of the recently minted bill to provide greater protections for service women. I yield to Jason Crow from Colorado.
Thank you, Representative Spear. Madam Speaker, I rise in absolute fury today over what's going on to American women in this horrific decision by the Supreme Court to take away a fundamental right for the first time in our nation's history, to take away a fundamental right from millions of American women. Egregious enough in its own right that this has happened, we compound it with the fact that the tens of thousands of women who have stood up to answer our nation's call to raise their right hand, to take the oath, to give their life for this country, to defend our freedoms, now don't have the same freedoms themselves. What is going on in this country? I served this country as an Army Ranger, 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. I served with my fellow men and women. I now sit in this body. I sit on the Armed Services Committee with my good friend Jackie Spear, where we now make policy that impacts the very privates that I used to be. I remember what it was like being Private Crow, sitting in those boots, having to live with the consequences of the decisions made under this dome. And I think about that now. I think about all the young women who want to serve. Maybe they want to follow in the footsteps of their mother or their grandmother. Maybe they are deeply patriotic people and they want to give back to their country. Maybe they're trying to pursue better opportunities and get some money for college. Whatever the motivation, they stand up and they take the same oath that I took and the same oath that millions of others have taken over our nation's history. And it's an oath that says you're willing to give your life and put it all on the line for your fellow countrymen and women. And now we are asking those women to not just be willing to give their life in defense of our nation, but to do so in a way that sets aside their own fundamental rights and their own freedoms and gives them second-class citizenship in the process of doing it. What is going on in this country and in this Capitol? We know that abortion care is a time-sensitive and necessary procedure. And we know that if service members can't access this necessary health care, that their very own health is in jeopardy. So let's just take a minute, let's just set aside the moral arguments, let's just park those for a minute, and just talk about military readiness. Let's talk about the defense of this nation that people love to talk about here in this Capitol. Support the troops. Tie a yellow ribbon around the tree. All right. How about we actually do right by the people that are willing to make those sacrifices? Service members don't have a choice of where they go to serve. That's part of the deal. You raise your right hand, you go to boot camp, you get trained on your job, and you go where the nation needs you. Are we really going to send thousands of women to places where they don't have rights and they can't access health care? How is that in the interests of our force? How does that create a healthy, productive, vibrant military? How is that good for recruiting? Well, it's not, obviously. It's not often where we just have an issue and it's just so egregiously abusive to people who are trying to do the right thing. It's not often where we're literally in a position of dissuading young men and women from serving this nation and making it harder for them to do it and making it harder for our military to recruit them. That's why I've been proud to work with Jackie Spear. We started this effort by co-leading together the March for Service Members Act. And then we talked to folks, we held roundtables, we held discussions, and we knew that just wasn't going to do it. That wasn't enough. We had to do more. And that's why we drafted and are pursuing this legislation, the Access to Reproductive Care for Service Members Act, which will require commanders to approve leave for abortion care automatically. It'll make DoD reimburse service members for the cost of travel to receive care, and it guarantees privacy protections for service members. against retaliation from commanding officers and peers. Imagine that, being retaliated against by your commanding officer. Well, that should be illegal, and we're going to try to make it illegal. Folks, until we can pass a national law protecting abortion care and abortion rights for women, which we're going to try to do, and we're going to have to get rid of the filibuster to do it in the Senate. Until we do that, we're going to do everything possible to protect everybody we can. And now, today, it's going to continue with us protecting our service women. They're willing to give everything for us. The least we can do is have their back. We must pass this bill. I implore my fellow members to walk the talk. Don't just talk about supporting our service members. Do it. This is the way to do it. We can and must do this. We must have their back. Let's get this done. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for really powerful remarks. You know, this issue doesn't have to be that hard. But because of legislation that has been passed previously, it has made it incredibly difficult. I'm going to just share with you now the stories of healthcare professionals who have provided care to these military service women. You've heard from my colleagues about some of the service members' stories. I'm now going to tell you about two abortion providers. One who is active duty and the other one who is a civilian provider, but who spends the majority of her career close to military installations and provides services to our service women. The active duty provider, Dr. LeMay, had to tell a young woman that her child would not live more than a few minutes following birth due to fetal abnormalities. Yet, there was nothing she could do but hope that the young woman could afford the care she wanted and deserved off base. She could not even provide her abortion counseling. She had to kind of hint about it. This particular patient had to hold a fundraiser. Now think about this. This is a service woman who is sworn to put her life on the line for her country. She's in a foreign destination, and she's holding a fundraiser to raise the funds to fly back to the United States and to get her abortion. Just imagine having to ask your friends and family for that money because the military you have dedicated your life to has failed you. She should have been able to get that abortion at a military treatment facility. And until we can lift the Hyde Amendment, yes, make her pay for it, but don't make her have to go develop a GoFundMe page to get the resources to fly to a destination that actually covers abortions. Another provider, the civilian provider, Dr. Moyetti, shared her experience of literally watching her patient count quarters to pay for her abortion. And her patient opted to go without sedation to terminate a pregnancy because she couldn't afford any more out-of-pocket costs. There is nothing humane, nothing respectful about treating service women like this. Now, if it's the intention of the military to, force women out of the military, to create an all-male force, then maybe this is the way to go. Maybe this is what they had in mind. But we do know that we need women in the force. We know that there's a small percentage of men and women who are eligible to serve in the military because of their abilities or lack thereof. So it's a small percentage to begin with, and a smaller yet that choose to serve. So 20% of the military now is made up of female service members. We only see that number growing in order to have a ready service to be able to go to war when necessary. But now we're doing things that are discouraging women to even contemplate becoming a member of the service. Under current law, the DoD is prohibited from providing or paying for abortions except in cases of rape, incest, or a threat to the mother's life. You know, these exceptions are so very narrow and interpreted so narrowly that the DoD has confirmed to me that the number of abortions that have been done at military treatment facilities in a year is between 11 and 21. Now, the RAND study purports that there's probably 4,000 women in service in this country, in the various services, that get an abortion every year. Only 11 to 21 of them are done at military treatment facilities. That means 3,980 women in the service have to pay for and also go elsewhere to seek that service. They have to pay out of pocket not only for the care they need, but also for other expenses, including lodging, gas, airfare, and childcare. The Dobbs decision will no doubt exacerbate these challenges, forcing service members to travel longer distances and shoulder greater financial burdens. That is if they are granted leave in the first place. Imagine you are assaulted, you want to go get an abortion, you're in the state of Texas, you have to go to your commander and seek leave. And by the way, if you seek leave and you are raped and you have a police report, they might let you have that leave without having you're docked for it. But if you're not one of those women who has been raped or the victim of incest, but did in fact get pregnant and want to terminate, and you have to go to your commander in Texas, you right now have to divulge the service you're asking for, and you're going to get docked in leave as well. It is inhumane to force women to remain pregnant against their will. It's just fundamental to freedom to be able to have control over your own body. It's arrogant to think that we know better than a woman and her doctor about what's best for her body. It is wrong to create government-mandated pregnancies. And it's wrong for the military to require its servicewomen to jump through so many hoops and spend so much money out of pocket because we have some antiquated law in the book that says you can't get an abortion at an MTF, a military treatment facility. Access to abortion care is essential to women's health and central to their economic and social well-being. The ability to access abortion should not depend on how much money you have, where you live, or where you're stationed. That's why I, along with my colleagues, have introduced the March for Service Members Act to enable DoD to provide abortion care once and for all. At the very least, service women should be able to access abortion care within MTFs and pay out of pocket just like they can for other procedures. The military does not cover IVF, but they will perform IVF at a military facility, and you will just pay for the residual cost. I'm proud to co-lead the access to reproductive care for service members that my good friend Congressman Jason Crow just referenced, which would require DoD to pay any travel expenses associated with an abortion and ensure service members are able to take leave for their care. You know, there's a part of me that says that we have 128 bases and installations in these red states, in these states that ban abortion. Maybe we should just move these bases. Now, that's highly unlikely because we've invested so much, but it just begs the question about what are we really all about if we're going to treat these servicewomen so poorly. You know, my office has been inundated with outreach from former and current service members who are anxious and despondent about being stationed in what they're referring to as forced pregnancy states. One Army psychiatrist said to me, "Even I and some of my female physician peers in the military, with the relative privilege of being officers and physicians, fear someday receiving orders to a state which has banned abortion. Because of the increased maternal mortality in areas without access to safe and legal abortion, I would not feel safe attempting to become pregnant in such a state." Let me repeat that. This is a medical professional in the military who says, "I would not feel safe attempting to become pregnant in such a state." Again, at a time when the military is struggling with recruitment and retention, these bans make things worse. We must act now to provide the right resources at the right time and the right place so that service members and their families who have no choice about where they live continue to have access to the full reproductive care they need, want, and deserve. You know, these men and women who serve are our greatest patriots. Are we really going to treat them as second-class citizens? These members of the military defend our freedoms, and we are going to defend them. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 8656, an act to designate the clinic of the Department of Veterans Affairs in Mishawaka, Indiana, as the Jackie Walorski VA Clinic.
Pursuant to Section 1 of House Resolution 1230, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.